Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the April 10th, 2025 agenda meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. My name is Katie Sieben. I'm the chair of the commission. I'll take the role now of the other commissioners who are present for today's hearing. Commissioner Partridge.
Here.
Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Here.
Commissioner Tuma.
I am here.
We have two items on our agenda, and Mr. Lobby, please introduce item number one.
Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number one is docket number E017ET10/TL-23-160 in the matter of the application for a route permit for the Big Stone South to Alexandria 345 kV transmission project in west central Minnesota. The questions before the Commission are: what action should the Commission take concerning route alternatives to be evaluated in the environmental impact statement? And what actions, if any, should the Commission take concerning other procedural items? Commissioner Tuma filed additional decision options, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service also filed late comments in regards to the new decision options. Commissioners have received these documents, and printed copies are available on the table at the back of the room. I have no further remarks, but I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lobby. If the parties for this item could please come forward, we'll begin with appearances.
Mr. Greenslade, this is not yours.
Oh, this is the Mr. Greenslade.
Not you, Ed. Okay. That's okay, though.
Good morning. Beginning with the applicant, Ms. Brusman, please state your name.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Christy Brusman from Frederickson and Byron. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicants, Otter Tail Power Company, and Western Minnesota Municipal Power Agency through its agent, Missouri River Energy Services.
And Ms. Ness.
Jenna Ness, Department of Commerce, Energy, Environmental Review, and Analysis.
Mr. Sutton.
Charles Sutton on behalf of the operating engineers and carpenters unions.
Okay, so for this first item, we do have some late filed decision options that Commissioner Tuma filed. Commissioner Tuma, do you want to just start with walking through your decision options and working with the parties on making sure they understand what you're proposing?
And Madam Chair, I think, I don't know if Scott has the decision options that were... Sam, but I think, did you bring...
They're in the back of the room.
So the organized decision options, yes. Okay. Can you display them just so I can walk through them real quick? Madam Chair, to simplify things, I know you've been getting a lot of things flying at you. I just asked staff to put their decision options together, along with some of the decisions option I had, and I did do a couple minor modifications. Just note that my recommendation, if we get to there, my motion would be obviously number one, number two, to include N101, which is a 400 kilowatt power line route that was identified by Ms. Ness in the scoping that she didn't include for reasons, and we'll explain later. Decision option number three would be the by the farm discussion, and we'll have a discussion how you want to handle what order we do things. Then scroll down to number four. Number four is dealing with the irrigation, and so we did a decision option for this one because there are several irrigation farms in this neighborhood. Didn't know about that. Learned something. And so I took the suggestions that the applicant had in the Xcel file and put those in there to clarify. And then my goal, Ms. Ness, would be that the EIS would dive a little deeper into the what is appropriate distance, what kind of grounding, that kind of stuff that would be needed. So it's a modified decision option 4 that I filed earlier to take into concerns that were raised in the other docket, but I'm hoping that they're fine with Ms. Brusman. And then 5 is when we do the route selection, I really like the way that they did it in the next docket, where we have different choices of routes going through different areas. And that was very helpful. And so one of those different routes through the area, I hope, would be kind of a co-location maximization, which of the different route selections would put us on a power line, a state highway, a railroad, or a county road the most, just to kind of give us an analysis of what that would look like. And then decision option 6, we add a few new routes. I altered the one in the south. Thank you, Ms. Ness, for getting us the information from the National Wildlife Service. Last thing I would want to do is run through Hillman, so I appreciate getting that information. So this new Highway 12 route starts east of Hillman, basically east of where those routes cross Highway 12, and continues down 12 and then up 59, just to assess, because I think we have an obligation under the law to assess that, and we're going right along both these routes. So why are we not picking the one by the road would be what I want to be able to establish, so I can communicate to the public, this is why we're going through the back of your field. Okay, so we should study at least along Highway 12. That's my rationale there. Then on 4, there is a railroad track that just for about 2 miles or so that runs at a diagonal, which would save us a little bit of money if we follow the railroad tracks. So I'm trying to figure out whether following the road or the railroad track makes more sense. And so that's all the decision options. I don't think they're too complicated. Madam Chair, I would say that we would set aside the buy the farm issue to do that last and just answer these questions. I'm hoping none of these are objectionable to the applicant other than buy the farm.
Who wants to begin with the alternative route selections that Commissioner Tuma laid out? Ms. Ness?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. As far as being able to study them in the EIS, there wouldn't be concerns with those decision options.
Ms. Bruceman?
Wouldn't.
Would not. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. May I ask Commissioner Tuma a question on decision option 5?
You can always ask me a question, Ms.
Thank you.
Bruceman.
So decision alternative 5, I think, as you just explained, it was different than how I read it. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear about your intent. Are you asking that in the EIS that as part of that analysis, EERA identify which of the identified and named alternatives maximizes co-location with existing rights-of-way? It's not to ask EERA to create a new alternative.
Absolutely not. It's the latter. And I don't know if you looked at the Energy Connect, how they had when they went through like the E section, they had E5, E1 through 5, and so there were different alternatives, different choices that were going through there, and we studied each of those based on their human impacts, their natural resource impacts, and so there were different courses following different alternatives in a particular area. So in the north area, you would find which one would go, maximize it. My guess is going to be the power line that goes along North 101, then hits the railroad and goes from there. Maybe, I don't know, but that's what I want to know, which of those routes. So one of those should be a numbered route, so it should be north 4, 5. And that's the co-location route, by the way, the most fastest and most co-located route. And so I just want that analysis to be done so that it's packaged a little bit better for us when we get it in the EIS. That makes sense?
That clarification is helpful to me. I would just ask if it's also helpful to Ms. Ness and if it's something that they're comfortable doing as well.
Ms. Ness?
Commissioner Tuma, yes, it sounds like you described routes that make it in the scoping decision are the ones you're looking for us to determine has the most co-location in each region, I believe you.
In each region, yeah, break it up in each region. Yeah.
Ms. Ruthven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That clarification is really helpful. With that, I don't think that the applicants object to Commissioner Tuma's decision option number 5. I'd be happy to address the other alternatives, if that's where you'd like to go next, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the applicant's preferred decision option from the briefing papers would be 1. there were some slight differences between the comments that applicants put in the record before scoping or as part of scoping and what EERA recommended, but we don't think those are material. So we are fully aligned with EERA's recommendations on all of the alternatives that they recommended. As to the additional alternatives, I think the clarification or the modification, excuse me, from Commissioner Tuma today on alternative 1, which had gone previously through the Hillman WPA, is helpful. I also don't know that.
Wait, sorry, Ms. Brusman, I'm looking at you're looking at which one?
I'm looking at Commissioner Tuma's decision option 6, which then has a number of alternatives
Okay,
identified.
right. Do other commissioners have that? Yeah, okay, sorry.
And I'm looking at the handout I picked up at the back of the room this morning.
Which is what you have in your hand.
So the applicants are appreciative that EERA can study this alternative. It is an alternative that we looked at as part of our pre-application process. And I think it might just be helpful for the commission to just hear a little bit about the process that we went through in eliminating alternatives such as this one. So the applicants engaged in almost a year-long process where we mailed 85,000 invitations to members of a very broad area of this region to invite them to 4 different rounds of public open houses. And in each one of those open houses, we helped narrow the corridors and take feedback both from landowners and from agencies as to which routes best minimize and address all of the criteria that the commission has. And that was a really helpful process to us. It helped identify, for example, that along Highway 12, the MnDOT right-of-way varies from like 100 feet to 190 feet, that there are many, many homes in close proximity to the highway. And there are lots of, it's like a quilt, a patchwork quilt of federal and state lands through this area. In an area, as Fish and Wildlife pointed out, is really one of their highest value, and they've invested a lot of money in the waterfowl production habitat areas in that, through that region. And so through that multi-tiered and extensive process, we did eliminate many segments of Highway 12 as a pure route. There are many that have come back. And so there are portions of TUMA 1, as I'll call it, that are covered in the alternatives that EERA has recommended. We have no opposition to those, but we would note that, for example, if I think your original decision options, Commissioner Tuma, also included a map. So we're, for example, Highway 59.
Our staff has a map if they want to put it up.
Where Highway 59 goes north and south, the corresponding portion of the applicant's route also follows a road. So the extent that we're looking for alignment with roads, we are already aligned with a road in that area, and one that, at least in our view, eliminated some of the challenges and constraints that are along Highway 59. So again, our recommendation would be not to include this. We think that our pre-application process and the scoping process help identify good reasons not to study this route, understanding that many of the, at least segments at the eastern edge of that route are picked up in other alternatives that EERA has recommended or that the applicants have proposed.
And Ms. Brusman, is this the TUMA modified route alternative 1 south, the one that did the Fish and Wildlife Service submit comment saying we should not include it in the EIS?
They did, Madam Chair. I think Commissioner Tuma has eliminated the highest value area for them along that by moving the start of TUMA 1 to east of the Hillman WPA, which I think is helpful, but there's still a lot of really high value resources in this area, which is again why our recommendation was to not include that entirety of Highway 12 along.
But, and Ms. Ness, you recommend we keep TUMA modified route alternative 1 in, even given the late filed comments by the Fish and Wildlife Service, just because it's another option, or what do you think about this?
Chair Sieben, we have not had time to do an extensive analysis. So that's why I offer that's something we can do in the EIS. We looked at high level at residences and federal and state lands, but not many other aspects as of now.
And Commissioner Tuma, what do you think about this then? What
Madam Chair,
do you recommend the commission do in terms of just your route alternative 1 south?
So, Madam Chair, in response, Ms. Brusman, I get what you're saying, but I have a statutory and a rule obligation to follow existing roadways, okay? The legislature just passed a law saying use more state right-of-way, okay? And so as I look at this route and I look at the options, okay, I'm not all that convinced that your north part of the south 2 is going to be all that viable, okay? I'm pretty convinced that what's going to happen is we're going to get up there, and we've already heard it from Fish and Wildlife, that where I was just even trying to follow existing right-of-way, I was getting knocked around. The route follows right over a significant area on Artichoke Lake. I didn't know we had an Artichoke Lake. And I'll tell you, it looks about as green as an artichoke in the summertime, okay? But it's also a great waterfall area. And so we're going to have a hard time, number one, getting around the Hillman area, okay? And that's going to probably force us to the south. And so I'm just looking for a viable alternative to study along, and you say it's along a road, that's fine, I hear you. But that's why 59 makes sense to me. It is the viable alternative that we'll study, and it may be that the other one is better. We've already done the analysis. I don't know that, okay, until we do a study, and it's just so obvious. The legislature's told us to put them along right-of-ways, and specifically told us to put them in state right-of-ways, and so we're trying to figure that out. And if there wasn't a state highway to put it on, 12 and 59, I think it is, in this area, what makes difficult to putting it along highway right-of-ways is you hit a town. And that's what happened when we were trying to do the second one coming, when we tried to do 23. It just, we hit too many towns. There ain't no towns between the beginning of my route to the end of the route that I'm suggesting. And so to me, it is the viable alternative to compare to the Greenfield route on 12 that you selected, and a viable option to look at as a separate route to your preferred route or your blue route, the blue South 1, okay? So that's why I think it makes sense just to incorporate it in there and see what we're doing. It may very well be that there's more landowners, there's more environmental impacts on 59 than the county road, but I don't know that at this stage. I know you guys did a deeper look at it, but to me, when I looked at these routes, those two are probably going to be the viable comparisons we're looking at, and I need to be able to justify that I'm putting that route along 12 into fields, okay, going along the same wetlands, by the way. I mean, that was, you're still going along the same wetlands, but back into a field. And so I got to make a determination whether the wetland obligation or the mitigating against residents along 12 makes sense. And so that's why I think it's a viable route to just at least examine at this stage.
Madam
Ms.
Chair
Brusman.
and Commissioner Tuma, I would note, right, that the Commission's criteria doesn't specify it has to be a state highway, right? It's road rights-of-way, railroad rights-of-way, transmission lines, and you have another evaluation criteria along natural division lines and ag land, which is, again, 90% of the alternatives by region or segment in the application follow those rights-of-way and division lines. One item that I want to ask just for clarification, because I think it has significant timing implications for the project and the EIS potentially, is that we would still have the option to be looking at private easements alongside of these state highways, because again, I think we are going to run into some substantial issues. We've had extensive coordination with MnDOT. I think you saw some nice comments from MnDOT in the record about how much the applicants have been working with them ahead of time. And that's part of the reason we are not proposing to be in state highway through this region.
Part of, Madam Chair and Ms. Brusman, part of why I'm pushing this, okay, is I want to see that rationale. But yes, to answer your question, yes, okay. You have the right to go outside. I understand that changes, and it's not the biggest right-of-way here. This is not 35W. Okay, it looks more like a county road in most of the places, so I get what you're saying. But again, that's why I think it should be analyzed. I think we have an obligation from a co-location standpoint to at least analyze it before we push it off into somebody's field.
And Madam Chair, I'd just like to make sure that the analysis that we can do and that ERA can do can fit within the timelines that we already have established in the pre-hearing order, which would have a DEIS coming out in September. and that's a doable alternative. Ultimately is the commission's decision what is helpful to you in this record. I would just note that in this specific situation, we did a lot of pre-application coordination to try to identify, again, routes that best balance all of the criteria and avoid some of these pinch points. And so we don't think TUMA 1 would be necessary both to meet our obligations under the statute or yours in terms of making those determinations, but ultimately it is your decision.
And Ms. Ness, your comments seem to indicate you'd be okay at least looking at it from a overall standpoint. Do you have any concerns that including TUMA Alternative 1 would add timing to the process that Ms. Brusman just raised, or you think you can still do it within the time frame that was set forward with the ALJ?
Chair Sieben, we would of course try our best to meet that target date as much as possible. If TUMA 1 were accepted, it would be the longest alternative. That is, if decision option 1 and N101 are included as well as the other TUMA alternatives. And along with analyzing the co-location maximization route, TUMA 1 would introduce a lot of different ways to do that with other routes. So it would be a lot more analysis.
Commissioner Tuma, did you want to move on to other questions for your other alternatives, or
We can, unless there's other questions,
if anyone had other questions on TUMA Alternative 1? Commissioner Sullivan?
Just a question for Ms. Ness. So it would be a lot more work because of the slippery slope that it could open up to other portions of the route, or it would be a lot more work in and of itself?
Commissioner Sullivan, I'm a little bit of both, and assumptions, of course, since we haven't done the in-depth analysis. But like I said, it's the longest route, so theoretically, it could take the longest time to look at for environmental impacts. Maybe what I wasn't so clear about is that TUMA 1 would introduce a lot of different ways to route through the South region with the other alternatives that would be accepted into the scope. So you would want to look at those variations as well for the route permit criteria.
Okay, thank you. And then one more question for Ms. Brusman. Can you just, if you could just kind of re-answer why, from the applicant's perspective, it's not necessary to do Commissioner Tuma. I hear what Commissioner Tuma is saying. I personally agree. We have, direction from the legislature to try to route these through road right-of-ways, and we also have great experience that shows that when we do that, this is a smoother process. So I just kind of want to hear, though, from you again, why you're no, we've thought this through, we've looked at it. If you could just repeat what you said before.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Sullivan. We believe that the routes that are already recommended for inclusion will satisfy the statutory criteria of looking at utilizing existing rights-of-way. That's point number 1. 2 is along these areas, there are so many constraints, whether it be homes, agricultural operations, federal and state lands, and other impediments that make this route less likely to be selected based on the feedback that we got in the pre-application process, that we believe the other route alternatives that are selected are more viable and give you kind of the best options at selecting a final route.
And Commissioner Tuma, your point, really, I'll let you speak for yourself, but it's I want to see what it looks like with the road impacts. Yeah.
And it really does come down to, I think I'm worried in this section we're getting forced to make a decision on the lower bright blue line, and its alternative is clearly, when you look at the map, it's the one section above. It's farm and wildlife areas that the road's crossing, that the field line crosses. And so I just need to understand, when you do that, what's going on. And then, like I said, I was looking for a second alternative going north out of there just to compare to the other one. And so I really do think we're going to be driven in that direction, particularly when you look at what's happening up around where you see TUMA Tuma too, which I already took away because of what the wildlife people are saying, and actually the blue route is even worse than ours because it goes right through a wildlife area. So I'm really worried we're kind of getting forced into a decision down there, and I think we should have a comparison to that roadway if we're going to just move it one section north to put it in the field line.
Okay, thank you.
Other discussion? Or, I don't think so on at least road alternative 1, Tuma, so.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if we want to just make just vote on the route alternatives and deal with buy the farm stuff completely separate, I'm happy to do that and just make a motion.
Sure.
how to cover
Madam
that.
Chair, sorry, could I address the other alternatives?
Oh, yeah, sorry, we didn't mean to.
thought you were done.
I thought you were done.
Sorry. I'd like to first address N101, which is the alternative that's on Commissioner Tuma's decision options from today under number 2.
Chad, do you have the map on that one too? Or? No, it'd be a different second map. It'd be go ahead.
So this alternative follows in parallel to an existing DC transmission line in this area. And the reason that it was eliminated and that both the applicants and EERA did not recommend it is that DC line has the potential for induced currents and issues. So we'd have to be offset at least 175 feet from that existing transmission line. This line was routed in an era where lines were straight, and so it cuts diagonally through multiple farm fields. Wasn't well received at the time of its original construction. And the spacing for those poles, the spans, are about 400 feet longer than this 345 kV would be. So we would be putting staggered poles 175 feet apart diagonally through agricultural fields, and then routing within about 500 feet of Lake Reno. That was why the applicants did not feel that this was a viable route and did not recommend including it. For those reasons, I would also not recommend it be included today in the scope.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Tuma?
I agree with you, and I will drop it, but it was to make a point, okay? And here's my point. It wasn't well received, okay? This is part of those complexes that were tore down, destroyed, okay? It was a war out in western Minnesota. I remember it quite well, 1977, okay? Yep, you remember it well too.
My mother.
Yep. Okay, and the war happened, okay, because these kind of lines. When you look at this, plowing right through middles of fields, not working with landowners, ticking people off, I'm making a point, okay? I'm making a point for the next discussion, okay? There was a reason why the farm got passed, okay? There's a reason why our legislature has reconfirmed it over and over and over again, okay? And so I agree with you. N101 stinks, okay? It's not what we should do, but it is a co-location. It would be a co-location similar to what we've done in other routes. But I'm making a point. That's why we shouldn't do this route, is exactly what you're saying. It was plowing through people's fields and not engaging them early on in the process or at all, okay? So, Madam Chair, I will not be moving N101.
And
Any more?
Ms. Brusvin, did you have other comments on, so we talked about, or we didn't talk about decision option 3 yet. And then what about 4?
So,
Tuma modified at 4.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Tuma, I appreciate the change to Tuma option 4 today, which leaves blank the number of feet that educational materials would be provided. I think it is appropriate to develop that in the record. I think 1,000 feet, quite frankly, was overbroad, so I appreciate removing that and allowing us to identify that area or that distance through the EIS process. I don't believe, and Commissioner Tuma, I'm looking at your handout and I don't see any other red lines in this section. I did read the alternative language that Xcel Energy proposed in the next docket. I would say that, at least from the BSSA applicant's perspective, we were in agreement and found that language to be a little more accurate and sort of set us up for those additional discussions. So our proposal would be to actually modify 4 using the same language at the end, and I can
The only
know what
change,
that is.
only change, Ms. Brusman, just so you know, is because we're early in the process, I'm asking that we actually have a thorough development of the ag mitigation plan. I see Mr. Roos from agriculture here. I know they have some interest in the ag area stuff. And so my idea was that through the EIS and development of the ag mitigation plan, these things would be flushed out. We didn't have that opportunity in the first one, or the Xcel docket later that you're talking about. So all the language is, the last couple paragraphs is say, address this question, okay, work with the Department of Ag on any concerns. So that's the only addition that I would hope that you'd be okay with, working to get something in the EIS and talking to our Department of Ag.
Ms. Brusman.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Tuma, actually, we've had great conversations in Morris with the irrigators and the Department of Ag present, talking about how to mitigate concerns to center pivot irrigators, and we've had really productive conversations. Mr. Hansen's on today, and we continue to have those conversations, and they've been, I think, very productive. So we'll continue to do that. I think given where we are in our process, this language will be fine. We can work within the record to modify the language for the final permit as needed.
Okay, so you're okay with Tuma modified 4, and then 5, did we already discuss? No.
5 we did with the clarification, Madam Chair, that Commissioner Tuma gave, that it will be based on existing identified alternatives that are in the scope.
But we don't think you need to modify that language that's
I
written
think
here.
Ms. Ness might have some comments on that.
Ms. Ness.
Yes, thank you, Chair Sieben. Just one comment. TUMA decision option 5 says the EIS shall identify and analyze a co-location maximization route in each section. I'd recommend changing the word to region, just so it's consistent with the record and clear how that will be determined in the EIS.
Okay, that is helpful. And Ms. Brusman, that works for you?
It does, thank you.
And then we just talked about decision option 6.
Do you have any problems with the other 2 alternatives, or
Wait, what are the other 2? Oh, the second page.
track for 2 miles?
Okay, so you're speaking first to Commissioner Tuma about route alternative 3 north?
Madam Chair and Commissioner
Ms.
Tuma.
Brusman.
Yes, so 3 north, as I understand it from the map, actually also has a option. And, sorry, let me make sure I have the right map.
Yeah, 4.
Four shares a portion of
4 would have,
N101.
3 would not. That's why I separated them.
Okay, so are you withdrawing 4 because it also parallels N101?
Such a short distance, I would be interested to see, but that's me. If you're going to say, if Ms. Jenna says it'll never be considered, I'll Ms. Ness says it's never be considered, I'll be fine with just doing 3. But again, it's just a short distance. I thought it would be worth at least examining.
So, Madam Chair, if I could, I think what I heard from Commissioner Tuma is these were proposed because they were straight lines and hopefully be less costly to go diagonal along the railroad. I would note that for paralleling a railroad at this distance, we will have some induced voltage mitigation that we're going to have to do, which would add cost. That is something we can develop in the record. That is one of the reasons why we did not include it in the alternatives we proposed, but given that these are relatively short routes, we wouldn't object.
You wouldn't object to either. Ms. Ness, you're generally okay with both alternative 3 and alternative 4 too? Or
Yes, Chair Sieben, generally okay with those.
we're not piling too much stuff on you, Ms. Ness, to do in the EIS?
Try my best to meet the deadline.
We know you're great, so. Okay, were there any other questions? Then what do you propose we do here? Commissioner Tuma, I would think that, do you want to make a motion on this, and then we'll talk about the by the farm
I think
stuff
that would be the
next?
simplest, Madam Chair. So I would move to TUMA, this is working off of the handout I had, TUMA 1, not 2, or staff 1, I should say, ERA 1, but not 2, then skip 3 for now. Tuma Modified 4, decision option 5 as modified, and then decision option 6 with the modifications noted in red from what I originally filed to avoid the Hillman area. And then, so 6 all be alternative 1, alternative 3, and alternative 4. I had an alternative 2 that I decided not to do after getting the letter from the Wildlife Service.
Yeah, but the commissioners, does anyone want to pull out Tuma modified route alternative 1 out of his motion? And then we can vote on that separately? Or you're fine with the motion? Is everybody fine with the motion? Understands it or wants it divided? Question, yes. Commissioner Partridge, turn your mic on.
Apologies.
And if you turn your mic on.
I mean, I just wanted to ask Ms. Ness once again for her opinion. I don't want to add analysis that's not going to be fruitful, because I do think it's important that these projects start moving forward expeditiously to make sure that we're moving energy where it needs to get to. And so I don't want to analyze something that, especially a segment that long, that's going to be that intensive for you, that could delay a project that we know needs to be online. So I just want to ask you, do you think that that is a viable, worthwhile segment to analyze? It's not something that I personally, have enough knowledge to say one way or another. So I'm going to ask your judgment.
Thank you, Commissioner Partridge. As I've been saying, we've done a very high-level overview analysis. It hasn't been given the same time as the other routes to analyze. I can say it is not the U.S. Fish and Wildlife's preferred route in the South region, which we would write about and highly consider. And there are more residences along this route as well. And those, of course, as you read in our recommendations, are 2 large things we would look at. That's what I know at this time.
And another follow-up question, Ms. Ness, the portion of, South 1 that runs north-south in parallel to 59, just a bit east of 59, there you go. Is that along an existing roadway? Do we know?
I bet Commissioner Tuma knows.
I bet Commissioner Tuma.
To be honest with you, I don't know. I just went down 59 because I wanted to analyze that state highway, so.
That's fine if you don't know.
Yeah, Commissioner Partridge, I don't know that offhand.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, Commissioner Sullivan, did you want to weigh in?
I guess I want to kind of query Commissioner Tuma a little bit more on this. Like, what I heard Ms. Brusman said, which is more important to me than whether or not we utilize the permissive statutory language to look at roadways, is that it's their preliminary analysis. And Ms. Brusman, you can confirm that I heard this correctly. Their preliminary analysis is that they're already optimizing and utilizing more existing right-of-way than they would be in your Tuma 159 route. And did I hear that incorrectly?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma's route would be 100% along existing highway right-of-way.
Because it's highway right-of-way.
Because it's highway right-of-way. The proposals through this region are 90% along highways, transmission lines, and natural
Preliminary,
divisions.
okay, thank you. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like the preliminary analysis, though, is that the Tuma optimized 100% right-of-way would have more human impacts in terms of residential and U.S. Fish and Wildlife concerns. And I guess, like, as I'm just kind of thinking through these, Commissioner Tuma, I'm weighing this out. Like, it's like,
Let me help you weigh it a little bit. What she's saying is accurate. You're saying it for the full of this area. when you run along, if you look at this area, and I think the most important area is where the two lines come together. There, the two blue routes kind of come together in the middle, and then head east from there. From there, that line on the top of the
Okay,
road,
where,
so it'll be right here, the line at the top of that 12. So where you see the 12
Yep.
and the 2-1,
yep,
that's running all along, what I understand, all along field divisions. They're not running along a road. And so that's the comparison that I was seeing, is when you look at where 12 is, that's along a right-of-way. North of it, it's not along a right-of-way. That's my understanding from the maps, Ms. Brusman, that we have. And again, these are rough maps and initial analysis, but when I looked at this, I was seeing a choice between in the field, some people choose that, and that's fine, and I was seeing along the road right-of-way. And some people want that too, and we've done a lot of times where we've gone back and forth and back and forth. But that's what I saw in this area along 12.
but preliminarily though, like just, there are less impacts, human impacts, less
We don't know
wildlife
that.
impacts.
It's early, it's too early to say that, because one, you're running through the middle of a field, and one, you're running along a road. And so that's the analysis I wanted to be able to compare between what I'm suggesting in this dark blue line, because I'm pretty convinced that's probably where we're going to end up. I not want to prejudge it, but I'm a little worried we're getting pushed into a box here, and I want to be able to compare the right-of-way versus in the field along that east-west route.
Maybe, Commissioner Tuma, let's continue this conversation, but first I'm going to pull that one out of your decision option, just so we have clarity on what our vote is. So, Mr. Graham, is that motion clear then if I pull Tuma, if Commissioner Tuma pulls out Tuma modified route alternative 1 out of the motion? It would be the remainder of what he just walked through.
Yes, it's clear.
And is it clear for commissioners? Okay, all in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. So now let's talk just about Tuma modified route alternative 1 south. I think, Commissioner Tuma, what I'm hearing is Ms. Ness can do this analysis and hopefully still hit the timeline. I'm not seeing in the record or hearing from parties, though, a lot of support for adding this whole alternative as if it's not going to be viable, I don't know if it's worth putting all of the initial resources into studying it. So maybe
Madam Chair.
tell me then again, who supports or why we would do your Tuma alternative 1, and the other question is could we just do a portion of it perhaps? Would that be a compromise we'd be happy with, where we're avoiding more of the Fish and Wildlife Service area on the western side of the map, for example, but just do the route along that runs north-south down 59?
So, Madam Chair, my alternative already avoids the Hillman wetlands, okay?
The Fish and Wildlife Service
So, yes.
said they don't like it
I took
after
that
you
out.
filed it.
That's specifically my language, that's the red line language that takes that out. So we're not talking about the wetland.
We're not talking about the Fish and Wildlife Service's comments anymore?
Nope. That has been, now, the original routes come pretty close to that. I still think we're gonna have a hard time getting through there. So I don't know what the plan is gonna be, because a lot of the other routes go by there quite a bit. But I'm just trying, again, east of there, I just want to examine the roadway right-of-way versus in the field. And then I was looking for another alternative going north and south, because I just do feel like we're going to get pushed into a corner on this one, and I want to be able to look at a couple different options. I'm not saying it's the right one. I don't know yet.
Right.
But it just seems to be obvious to me.
Who's supporting you, besides you driving the area and seeing it? The applicant did an initial review of this area and said it's not a viable route. Ms. Ness is nicely saying she'll look at it, but it's going to add time.
It's a viable route. We got to be careful with the definitions we use. A viable route is different than a route that is not viable. It could be done. I mean, it could be permitted.
Who, okay, sorry for that choice of word, but who besides you thinks it's a good idea? To do it.
The
Is there-
legislature and the statutory directions and our rules. That's what I'm trying to follow, Madam Chair. It's not me just going wishfully, willy-nilly picking a route someplace. Our rules and the courts and the legislature have always said it's better to follow existing right-of-way. And when you go on this one, the route that, in this particular area, the route that they're suggesting, that it basically goes parallel with, does not. And so I'm just trying to make sure I have an alternative to compare to. So to me, it just stood out obvious that it should be studied. And it may not even be a viable route. All the landowners may say, I like it in the backfield, and I'm okay with that.
Okay, so this is a little, we're going to keep moving, and unless any commissioner has an additional question, I guess we'll just have to vote on whether to include Tuma Modified Route Alternative 1 South. Sound good, commissioners?
Yeah.
So if you vote yes, you're voting to include it in the EIS as a selection. If you vote no, you're not,
So, are we voting right now?
unless you have something to say.
I don't think you're going to be happy with me.
I did not,
I guess, no, I mean, if the law says that we have to look at right-of-ways, and we have to have a reason for why we don't utilize the right-of-way, Commissioner Tuma's decision option will probably put us on firmer ground if we have to ultimately reject it. So, and I mean, like, I'm kind of like, I understand what he's saying. I hear the parties. I'm just thinking to myself that,
yeah, we're not choosing the route now. It's just one to consider,
I
is your
know,
point.
and exactly, and I do recognize that more people will be included, like the aperture will be wider. More people are going to be concerned, but I don't know.
More people, right.
Well, the funny thing is, a lot of the same landowners are on both sides of this. I mean, when you look at it, so it'll be an interesting discussion, and I think it's a worthy discussion. You're right; it is, because we have an obligation to distinguish between why we're moving it in the field and not. That's what I'm trying to put us on good, sound ground. That's all I'm doing.
You always try to keep us on firm, solid ground, Commissioner Tuma. I appreciate that. Commissioner Partridge.
I appreciate that. I understand it. What I'm hearing from Ms. Ness is that this route has greater impacts on wildlife and greater impacts on people. And if that's the case,
At a high level,
yeah.
high-level initial analysis, that's what the EIS is all about. We haven't even got to the draft EIS yet, so.
So all in favor of, do you want to make the motion of Commissioner Tuma's motion to include route alternative 1? Please say aye.
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 Opposed? No.
No.
The motion prevails. Commissioner Tuma, now let's talk about,
Talk about the elephant in the room.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair.
Could
So-
we
Commissioner Sullivan?
take a half-an-hour break before we, no, just kidding. I just don't want to.
Commissioner Tuma, you're going to have to, I'm not trying to slow your roll here, but you are going to have to bring commissioners along on like what's been going through your head with some of this language, and I think like walk through it in a relatively slow way, because it is like a change in what you're proposing here. So,
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I'm going to do that. If it's okay with you, I would like to call Ms. Agramonte up to, I know the language is the same in both, and so I think it's fair that
We're still just on
Just
decision
talking
option
about the
one.
decision option one, but
I
a
mean,
lot of it crosses over into
decision
into the next
option
document.
three.
So if she's willing to do that, she certainly is welcome. She's the one that started this whole problem anyways, so.
Wait, before we start casting aspersions, let's at least let her say her name and welcome her to the commission. Ms. Agramonte, welcome. Please state
Yeah.
your name and the organization you're representing.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Tuma, my name is Lisa Agramonte. I represent Xcel Energy in the next docket, which is the Minnesota Energy Connection.
So are you a party in this docket, Ms. Agramonte?
Chair Sieben, no, I am not.
So just, Commissioner Tuma, is there anybody else that's a party, or can you direct your questions to Ms. Brusvin then? Because it's not really,
It's not, but I didn't want something to be said that would be opposed to their party, and so I just wanted to make sure, because a lot of the stuff is the same, and so I didn't want to put them into a fight, but I think I want to be fair. I don't know what Ms. Brusman's clients think about my simple reporting and education material provision, so I just wanted to make sure, in case something was said by Ms. Brusman that would affect their rights, that they had a chance to at least speak up.
Chair,
okay.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Agramonte,
Yeah,
if you, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you're not in this docket. So why don't you go ahead if you want to say anything, but if you want to wait to have this discussion and till we get to the docket that pertains to your client, that's certainly fair.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, thank you for inviting me to the table. Obviously, what you decide in this docket would have some rolling thunder effect on the next one. And so I do appreciate the opportunity to participate in the discussion here. I will certainly defer to Ms. Brusvin and weigh in as appropriate to identify the unique impacts to MNEC as appropriate.
Ms. Brusvin, did you want to provide comments on TUMA modified decision option 3 in this and how it would relate to, at this stage, to the docket in front of
I
us?
can walk through it first if you want, Madam Chair, but it's up to you.
Sure, go ahead.
Just to be clear for members, it's up there on the screen. What I'm trying to accomplish here, and I think there's been an overemphasis on the world changing, but we want to have a conversation. I do want to change the way we do things on routes to make sure on very critical pinch point properties, and I'm only talking about a handful on most projects, that conversations are had early and honestly with landowners on their impacts. It's not that I'm trying to say that this is the greatest thing. I try to couch all this in the permittee will negotiate voluntary acquisition. They will try to minimize impacts. Those are you guys do well. Okay, Mr. Langdon, you do good. Your team's done good. Okay, you get out there and you try to mitigate. But what I have seen in this record and multiple records and different records, and I know the thunder's falling on your client, but Madam Chair and Ms. Brusman, this is not unusual. We change things through our permits. I think if I remember right, I think it was Red Pine where I said, let's get counties involved in the plan and profile and the decommissioning plans. And everybody thought, oh, that's a crazy idea. We have preemptive authority. But he said, they have understanding of the land. And how we got that into now a standard in our siting and routing permits for wind is to have counties involved. And early on in the process, and it solves a lot of problems. I think it does. Just talk to people who tried to do Dodge Wind without talking to the county. So this is how we actually make changes. It's not through some sort of fancy rulemaking thing. This is not a big change, okay? This is our statutory obligation to minimize human impact. That's why I'm doing it, not because I'm trying to make your agents have tough decisions. But right now, there's a culture that they don't even talk about by the farm, okay? I call it by the farm derangement syndrome, because they worry. They're just consultants. They're contractors who they don't want to interfere and irritate. Their utilities have been fighting this now for 5 decades. This law has been in place, 1977. That's why I put N101 in, okay? And just to level set us, I asked Chad to read a Supreme Court case from originally, Madam Chair, because I can't read very well, a dyslexic. I asked him to read this for me. This is what the Supreme Court told us early on in this process. Chad, if you could just read that, I'd appreciate that.
The enactment of the Buy the Farm statute reflects a creative legislative response to a conflict between rural landowners and utilities concerning high-voltage transmission line rights-of-way. Opponents of the utilities, resisting further encroachments upon the rural landscape and fearing the effects upon the rural environment and public health, not only challenged the placement and erection of high-voltage transmission lines, but questioned whether the rural community's sacrifice to the Commonwealth serves a greater social good. The legislature, sensitive to these concerns, but perceiving the occasion as demanding the construction of additional power generating plants and high voltage transmission lines, enacted the Buy the Farm statute in partial response. In this manner, the legislature affords landowners not wishing to be adjacent to such rights-of-way the opportunity to obtain expeditiously the fair market value of their property and go elsewhere. The statute, in so doing, responds to parties most affected by the operation of high-voltage transmission lines. The statute eases the difficulties of relocation by shifting the transaction cost of locating a willing purchaser for the burdened property from landowner to utility.
And Madam Chair, it wasn't used very much. Then CapEx came along, okay, and a lot of people started using it, okay. You guys fought it. I actually think you were even the law firm that was on the opposite side of this when it went to the Supreme Court on whether relocation benefits are part of the package. The eminent domain law changed in 2010, I believe it was, and relocation benefits became part of it. And the question was, are landowners who exercise by the farm dislocated entitled to relocation benefits? And the district court said yes, the Court of Appeals said no. And in the intervening time between that, the legislature acted, okay, on it. And this should be, I think, instructive, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Sullivan, I think you'll be instructed by this. Those who said we should do relocation benefits, okay, and have relocation benefits be part of it, okay, here's what the authors were. We had Dahl and Bly were the chief authors, so apparently has a Northfield connection, okay? Yeah. But Carlson and Fischbach were the Senate co-authors. The House co-authors with Bly were Atkins, Gruenhagen, McNamara, Hornstein, and Howe, okay? You know Mr. Gruenhagen, I'm sure, Commissioner Hom. This is a pretty interesting combination. It's not going anywhere. It's a pretty clear statement from the legislature. Relocation benefits should be part of the package. And just to kind of give you an idea, in the other docket, just so you see what I'm thinking, okay, it was in the period of time around, I think we did the scoping on this on May 9th in the other docket, May 9th of last year, 2024. And what was interesting about that is we set the routes and everybody pretty much knew the two routes that were going to be. And from that, we already know what the key pinch points were. We already knew right away St. Augusta was going to be a pinch point. We already knew the Minnesota River was going to be a pinch point. We already knew pretty much that the route across the Redwood River would be a pinch point. Just kind of like Cottonwood River. Remember that, Ms. Agramonte? Okay. Rivers seem to be the problem. The reason St. Augusta was the pinch point is because of the choice you made to cross the Mississippi River where you did, which I agree with. Okay. And so we all knew that all along. Then in September, okay, September 6th, the applicant picked a preferred route. Okay. And then on November, end of October, early November, Madam Chair, okay, was when we had the public hearings in Kimball. There was a lot of questions by landowners at Kimball, okay, about how do I exercise by the farm. And just read the end of that transcript. It's disappointing to me that answers weren't given, okay. Now, I know you're all worried about those who are going to abuse by the farm, okay, even though this is a right people have, okay, to exercise. But I'm worried about those pinch point properties that should be educated, okay? And this one broke my heart, okay? This is why I'm doing it, okay? I know it's in your docket, but it comes from another. Chad, read what Luis said, okay? Okay, Madam Chair, And this is how I'm seeing it. I know it's not in your docket, okay? I'm recognizing that. I put it in the record so you could see it, okay? But I want you to understand why I'm doing this. Please, Chad, read.
To whom it concerns. In addition, the proximity and size of the proposed structures to be built will be an enormous eyesore and will significantly and irreparably devalue my property. I recently put the house up for sale to raise funds to pay for my care, long-term care. I had a $390,000 offer on the property within a very short period of time. And once the buyers found out about the proposed project, and after specifically speaking with an Xcel representative about the project, they canceled the offer. I also had another showing scheduled for November 25th, 2024, which was canceled specifically because of the planned power line. Now that the word is out about the power line, showings have stopped coming in or been canceled as noted above. The amount of devaluation this plan will cause to my property will be so significant, it will make the difference between my being able to comfortably afford to pay for the care of my choice for the rest of my life. Even though today I now know the planning for this project has been going on for quite some time, I only received notification recently for the first time. Others in our immediate community who were affected by this project also expressed the same issue. They were not notified until just a few weeks ago. None of us were properly and legally informed about this project. Even when I did receive the initial piece of information and called for more information, I was told there was nothing planned, that Xcel was basically just kicking tires to see if this was even a spot they wanted to consider. Again, this was just a few weeks ago. I have since found out about the depth of planning for the project and that the proposed route through my property is indeed the preferred route, and Xcel is fully expecting to pass this plan in early 2025. Even after finding this out and my family calling this week to get more information, the plan was completely downplayed to them, saying, "It's nothing final, it's just proposed. Don't worry about it yet." This is completely counter to what the reality and plan is, and also the complete opposite of what was told to the buyer, who then canceled their offer directly as a result of speaking to a representative from Xcel Energy. It is unacceptable for Xcel to be telling two different stories about the proposed project, depending on what audience they are speaking to. I ask that Xcel refurbish their plan and find a more suitable route for this power line project, one that does not physically and financially destroy what I and my husband have built for the last 50 years.
And I checked, Madam Chair, just two facts I want to top off first of all. I checked, they did get appropriate notice. I understand some people miss it, okay? But that begs the point I'm trying to make, okay? And that is simply that these people should have been reached out. We know this route, this spot on this route, we knew all along 4 landowners in this area. Not a lot. We're not talking every landowner in the route. I drove by all their houses. 4 of them are going to be significantly impacted, okay? Totally significantly impacted by this, okay? And what I want you to note is the date of this note. It's November 25th, after all the public hearings, okay? After this has happened. And the culture change that I'm trying to get, and here's what surprised me, you know? We're not the only ones that exercise eminent domain in Minnesota. I asked the Department of Transportation, what do you do with relocation services? How do you help people relocate? Xcel told me what they do. Their plan has been all along, and I want you to have a better plan. Their plan all along was just to wait till other people exercise their buy the farm rights. Talked to MnDOT, and I said, here's our process. Where do you start reaching out to those displaced landowners? Well, what you just described to me, Commissioner Tuma, they said probably in June of 2024, we would have reached out to Herb and Lois, okay? And look at this. They actually have a relocation assistance brochure for these people. And they sit down with them and they assure them that, you know what? This is going to stink, okay? We get it. And we're going to try to do everything we can to mitigate your problems, which you guys already do. But nobody sat down with Herb and Lois. They would have sat down with Herb and Lois, okay, and Herb and Lois, don't listen to my advice, go get your own legal counsel. But what they would have found out is, not only would we buy your property, probably more than what was offered to you by these other offers, okay, we'll help you move. You don't have to take money out of your proceeds. We'll pay for your closing costs. We'll pay for your appraisal even. This is an obligation our legislature passed for us to help people in these critical pinch points. I'm not talking to everybody, okay? I know some people who the property, it just touches an inch and they're going to have you buy 200 acres. Okay, I get that, okay? But what I'm saying is, we have failed Herb and Lois. We, and I emphasize we here, okay? I feel like I have failed Herb and Lois because we're not reaching out with them with good information, okay? The idea that somehow giving good information is going to confuse landowners is the most absurd argument I've ever heard in my whole life in this commission, okay? We're not trying to confuse people. We're trying to give them good information early. When you read the Kimball transcript, okay, Mr. Pierce-Kalla was asking specifically, when am I going to find out? Because I'm probably going to have to exercise by the farm. And I understand why he would, okay? But nobody reached out and said why. So I want, in this simple decision option, a plan. How are you going to communicate this to landowners? That's all I want, a plan, okay? And I want you to distribute it to landowners when we send out the notice saying, oh, by the way, which is going to be a good several months before they would have to be obligated to exercise by the farm. By the way, here's your rights. We're going to work with you, but here's your rights. I do want a culture change. I know you're ready. Okay, I'll let you in, Ms. Brusman. All I want to do is you develop a plan, okay, and that it informs your decisions when we make decisions with regards to plan and profile. That's where I'm heading. It's going to take some time to get there. I can see it's going to take a long time because there's a lot of pushback coming here that I don't understand why anybody would be opposed to providing good information to affected landowners. So, Ms. Brusman, you're itching to get in, okay? I just want your folks not to do what Xcel did, okay? I like to hear that they should be willing to at least develop a plan.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I want to make just a couple of things very clear. The excerpts that were just read are not part of the docket that's before you for Big Stone South to Alexandria. That's not been our experience. In fact, we haven't had any comments or concerns that come anywhere close to that level, nor would we expect it. As I mentioned before, we have noticed 85,000 people for this project multiple times and have had really great engagement throughout. Ms. Ness reached out to us as part of the scoping process weeks ago and said, hey, before the scoping decision is out, can you please start to create updated notice lists that have those who are within and adjacent to the route widths so that when we issue the scoping decision, they are also noticed so that they are informed and part of the process early before we get to hearing, before the DEIS is out, et cetera. And our team has already got that well underway.
So then you should be okay with telling us what your plan is. If you're going to do it right, you're going to let people know that they have these rights, that you're going to work with them, and they have these rights. Are you going to be objecting to that, or are you okay with now developing, just giving me a plan, filing a plan with us, what you're going to be doing so that landowners, if you're doing it good, kind of in a catch-22, because if you're doing it well, you should have no problem doing this. If you're not doing it well, then you have a problem. So I'm trying to figure out why you wouldn't want to do it if you're going to do it right.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I don't think that inserting the commission into a land rights discussion is a little change. The commission has historically, in the 18 plus years I've been appearing before you, separated out. The commission does permitting. It does not get involved in landowner negotiations. Some states that's different, right? In Iowa, the IUC has eminent domain and permitting. That's not our framework from the legislature in Minnesota.
That's not what I'm saying. I know, Madam Chair, I am not saying that. I'm not interjecting us.
Commissioner Tuma,
I'm asking them to be informed.
Commissioner Tuma, you just have to
I know.
like, I know you're having a discussion with Commissioner, or with
Should be a better
Ms.
commissioner than me.
Brusvin, but like, you have to let her respond because we are trying to follow.
Just be aware, Ms. Brusman, I'm going to push back on that assertion. It is
Okay,
not
but
accurate.
can we not talk over each other so the rest of us can be involved in the conversation, Commissioner Tuma? So
Yes, Madam
let
Chair.
Ms. Brusvin finish, and then I'll definitely give you a chance to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to point out, you had probably a nice relocation document from MnDOT. EERA also has what's a pretty nice fact sheet, right, on rights of way easements for energy facility construction and operation. I think it was last updated in 2022, and it says at the bottom, the Commission does not involve itself with negotiations between landowners and utilities and has no authority over this process.
And nothing changed.
So what I'm suggesting here is that there's a really good reason for that. Commissioner Tuma actually did a nice job also highlighting there's a lot of case law on who is eligible and which properties can go through by the farm, when relocation expenses are appropriate, et cetera. And that has played out over a number of years. The legislature has clarified it at different junctures. And I think it's appropriate for landowners to have private counsel, to not rely on the commission or the applicants to interpret those pieces, because it's fraught with potential issues. Now, if the commission thinks that more information would be helpful, I think EERA is coming to you July 1st. This document could be updated, because I also don't know that you want Otter Tail and Missouri River to create one plan and outline a specific set of obligations, and then have Xcel to do one, and then perhaps Great River Energy will develop one, and Minnesota Power will develop one if this continues. If this is a shift where the commission wants to see different information provided uniformly to landowners on by the farm at specific junctures, then my suggestion would be to do that uniformly. And I think this document provides a nice base that you could build from if there's specific information you want. If you'd like us as applicants or the broader public to participate in creating that, I think we could do that. But that to me seems like a more reasonable alternative if you are looking for specific information on by the farm to go to landowners at a specific juncture.
Well, Madam Chair and Ms. Brusman, I've been here now 10 years. I've seen what happens at planning meetings. When I started, we were doing a whole wonderful thing. Remember it called performance-based rate making? God, I spent on years at planning meetings on performance-based rate making, and nothing happens. I told you right on the beginning how these changes happen on permits is we work on getting language put in the permit, the draft site permit. That's what I'm doing. This is no different than what we did when we got counties more involved. It is. I know it's a bigger change. I know your folks do not like to deal with this statute. I'm trying to say that information is good, but you have a duty under the law to provide relocation services. And if there's anybody, the courts aren't going to tell you how to administer it kindly and carefully and honestly with landowners. It's our process, it's our permit. And the statute is very clear, very clear. It's my job to mitigate and reduce conflict, landowner conflict. It says it right in the statute. That's my job. And MnDOT doesn't have a problem with going out and talking to landowners about their relocation rights. That's all I'm asking, relocation rights, to help them out. They're making a major decision. Herb and Lois would not be frightened about what's going on right now had somebody honestly worked and talked to them.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to make a couple comments to put in context my next statement. One is that I do appreciate Ms. Brusman separating these two projects out a little bit. I think an important point is also the timing and the stage that we're in these two different transmission projects are very different. So we have significantly more time in the process before selecting a route, before by the farm becomes a real issue for the current docket that we are in. I recognize and agree that it would be important to have information to potentially affected landowners. And I was talking to our staff, and it sounds like there is some sort of update to the document that Ms. Brusman just held up, which is for everyone a fact sheet developed by the Department of Commerce to provide neutral information to landowners. I think my concern is each developer, all developers and owners have a conflict of interest, an inherent conflict of interest in the information that they would be providing to the landowners. I would like to see something more like this, which is a standardized document put together by a neutral government agency that could be provided So I am not opposed to your idea, Commissioner Tuma, but I do see a problem with each individual developer or utility coming up with their own fact sheet where I think we know that there is an inherent conflict of interest in them providing neutral advice or advice. They are not neutral. And so the good news is that it sounds like revamping and improving and updating that document is already underway. And so I wanted to ask Ms. Brusman, in the stage you are at in this particular project in the docket we are currently considering, would you be willing and able to provide something like that standardized document that you held up to affected landowners as sort of this fact sheet to say, here are your rights, here's the information, and I think that the fact sheet even recommends that affected landowners reach out to council.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Partridge, yes. In fact, after seeing Commissioner Tuma's 3 drafted some alternative language, I can read it. I have copies if it would be helpful. But would be something similar to, so within 30 days of issuance of the route permit, the permittee shall also provide all affected landowners with a copy of the Department of Commerce or insert commission, whatever is appropriate, rights of way and easements for energy facility construction and operation fact sheet. I think that is a very reasonable approach to this. It does keep the applicants out of the awkward position of providing advice to landowners on a legal matter, and it gives a neutral third party and the opportunity for the commission to weigh in and make changes to that document as you see appropriate.
Sorry, can I just interject and ask that we get the language so we can see it again and then.
And just a couple things, Madam Chair and Commissioner Partridge. Just going to disagree a little bit. I mean, I get what you're saying. There's an adverse impact, adversarial relationship, but there shouldn't be. That's not what's.
Can you take it?
Well, Madam Chair, if I can respond, Commissioner Sieben, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, sorry, not enough coffee today. I understand that, but I think there's also just a perception even. There's not necessarily good trust between developers and landowners. I think having a third party, neutral government agency issued document would be perceived as a more trustworthy source of information, and it may very well be a better source of information. I think you have pointed out there may be differences in different developers and different utilities, the practices that they pursue as they educate landowners and engage with landowners, and so providing a standardized document, I think, could be advantageous.
And I'm very open to that, Madam Chair and Commissioner Partridge. I just trying to make a clear point. And Mr. Langdon, I hope you're hearing the message carefully. I think you guys are doing a great job. Okay, I know that's a tough job. Okay, I get that. I get this is a difficult job. But I'm trying to change the culture of the conversations that are had with pinch point landowners. We saw it. You saw it with the Sawatera folks that were here. Easily, these conversations could have had, and they affect ratepayer payments. And so I'm trying to change the conversation a little bit and quit this kind of derangement syndrome against buy the farm that's out there from our utilities, and let landowners know that they have certain rights. Minnesota is unique. We're the only state in the nation that has this. And I know the utilities fought it and tried to convince past commissions that this cost a lot of money. Well, it's here to stay, okay? What it costs is what it costs. But it is also the landowner's rights. And I don't see the relationship that the people that Xcel goes out and meets with, the landowners, should be an adversarial one. It should be a cooperative one. They're asking these people to take on a difficult part of our service. And so I would hope that it's not viewed that way, and I would hope that Xcel or Ms. Brusman's clients would be honest and truthful about what that is. And so that's why I want to know their plans. I want to know how they're going to communicate. To me, that's the big part about it. The wording so much is not as important to me as what is the plan? How are you going to reach out to them? And then when our permit goes out, to provide some assurance to the landowners when they have to make that decision. When you look at my decision options, that's the basic goal of my decision options. Make sure they get good information, and then when our notice goes out, okay, that we've just now plop something on your property, okay, here's your set of rights that you have, and we will work with you. That's the culture that I'm trying to create, and that they know what those rights are, and that's our permit. So all this talk by the utilities that somehow I'm trying to take over condemnation and get in the middle of it, I am not. I am just trying to make sure the landowners who we are plopping a piece of steel in their backyard are getting fully informed, and they're not doing it right now, so I'm pushing them to try to do that. So, and it should not be confrontational. It should not be, landowners are smart people. They're going to go get their own attorney. You can just put language right in there, seek your own legal advice. So,
Can we refocus on the decision options that are in front of us for the docket that's still in front of us? And a question I have for you, Ms. Brusvin, is, so I hear Commissioner Tuma's passion and agree with it that the landowners at the appropriate stage need to be provided adequate notice and about their options under by the farm and relocation and all of that. And you mentioned, and I think everyone agrees, like perhaps the document from DOC could be updated. What I see from Commissioner Tuma's language versus the language you just read is a difference in timing. And so can you, and I heard that from Commissioner Tuma too, so can you first, and then I'll ask Ms. Ness the same question. If we are, not if, the notice that people are given, the Department of Commerce notice that was held up, that is in the record, what is the best stage at which that should be given to people? I think Commissioner Tuma is saying it should be, before the first public meeting, 14 days before the public meeting, like it's going to everybody. And I think your alternative is 30 days after the route selection is determined. Is there a difference there? And if there is, can you tell me what do you think is the best point of providing this notice to impacted landowners?
So, Madam Chair, I think there are a couple of things going on in Commissioner Tuma's 3. He's got an A, a B, and a C. I understood the fact sheet to be, again, what are the landowners' rights and options within the land acquisition process to be covered in the language I circulated. I think it's appropriate to do that with the final permit because that is the route that you have selected, the one that we are actually going to begin and then acquire easements on. And so to me, that is the right set of people at the right time where they will be engaged in understanding that you have selected this route and that the utility needs an easement over their property.
And Ms. Ness, do you agree with that that's the proper time to provide this notice? Or I know this is like a more general question than just the docket that's in front of us too. So if you want to punt on it or ask someone, Mr. Kirsch, if he has thoughts on it, what's the correct timing in your view of the issuance of the notice to affected landowners?
Chair Sieben, I think for best timing, I would want to defer to Ray, my supervisor. And I'd also like to say that I did bring copies of that fact sheet to the public meetings and handed some of them out as well.
And what can we just let Mr. Kirsch say if he has thoughts on the timing, and then you're entitled, obviously, Commissioner Tuma, to talk about the timing of it too.
I think, Madam Chair, all I want to do is you laid out a very good question. I just want to clarify what the comparison to what Ms. Brusman is doing to my first section. And I think it's very good. I was just trying to clarify. My first section, okay.
Under A?
My A is only the development of a plan and give us language.
Sorry. Okay.
And so I don't anticipate in the initial stages that they're sending this out to every landowner in the area. It's to have a plan so that they would have a fact sheet and that fact sheet would be available at all the public hearings that they have, so that Ms. Ness, when she's at a planning meeting and someone is getting up and hollering about by the farm, she can just say, over there is the fact sheet on eminent domain if you need to get information. So that was my goal, is to have them develop that plan early on. And then the second phase is when we do our permit, we send out our permit to people. I was suggesting in that same mailing, we have that same notice explaining what their rights are at that stage. So that's how mine is designed, those first two. So
I didn't understand that, so that's helpful. So, Mr. Kirsch.
Good morning, Chair Sieben. Ray Kirsch with the Minnesota Department of Commerce, Energy, Environmental Review and Analysis Unit. With respect to the decision option 3A, I take your point, Commissioner Tuma. I'm not sure what the best time is for that plan to come into the record. You have it 14 days before the first public meeting. To the extent this does become like a best practice or standardized across our projects, I think that could work. Another thought that occurs to me is that it could also become before the public hearing. Usually direct testimony comes in before the public hearing, and if there's an applicant or utility that has a route, they will put in testimony as what they think their preferred route is, and that might focus folks' attention on, goodness, this is something that is real, and there's people putting some priority over one of the scoping alternatives rather than the other, and that might be an opportune time when the interest is heightened, so to speak. I'm just thinking it might get lost early in the scoping. I don't know. I'm just conjecture on my part.
Ms. Brusvin?
Madam Chair, I feel like we're coming to some agreement on B, which is the fact sheet at the time going out to landowners with the permit. As it relates to A, which is what is the plan, I have a number of concerns with the actual language in A. Understanding Commissioner Tuma's goal of putting into the record what the right-of-way acquisition process will be for that project, Mr. Kirsch has pointed out that testimony might be an opportunity for that. I just want to be really clear that our folks who are going to provide testimony would be in our real estate group, right? They won't be lawyers. They're not going to be answering questions at the public hearing and providing legal advice to landowners. We can't do that. We just can't. If there is some more information about the steps we're going to take on our real estate process and when landowners will get information, we will certainly try to work with EERA to develop some information for the record, but I would be really cautious to leave us some flexibility. I think Xcel's filing provided some good notes about some of, quite frankly, the wording issues with Commissioner Tuma's A that are inconsistent with how we understand the standards to work under the law. And so if we could refocus on a broader goal to provide more information to landowners about how that right-of-way acquisition process will work for that project, we will endeavor to do our best to do that. And I think we could do that through some sort of testimony from a real estate agent.
I'm not asking you to give legal advice. I'm not asking your land agents to give legal advice. Okay, I'm asking them to tell them time frames, timelines, so that they can make decisions. If Herb and Lois would have known that they still have another year before they probably have to make a decision, and they can plan for it, they might have been able to work with their family to provide in-home service or something before they go into assisted living. They could have done a whole lot of things had they been at least given a framework of when I am expected to use that right. And so,
Commissioner Tuma, I'm not trying to slow your roll, except I am going to say, like,
but it's okay.
Lois, and that is a different docket. Like, so can we?
Right, but my point is, this is what I want people to understand. I'm not asking for legal advice. I'm asking the utilities to at least provide information to landowners, okay, early on about when they have to exercise these rights, how they exercise them. That's not legal advice. That's a handout, okay? And then you end it with what we always do with anything we do. I'm not your attorney, okay? You need to go get legal advice. I get that. Okay, it certainly can be couched in all of that, but we shouldn't be hiding the ball from people. And that's what I'm worried has been happening, particularly with these critical pinch point properties, where we could actually get them to agree early on and help solve a lot of our problems with our routing. And so that's what I'm trying to change the culture about how we do this. And I don't want legal advice. I want to figure it out. I think we're trying to figure a path forward here, but I'm not asking you to do things that you're saying. I'm not asking them to get legal advice. I'm asking them to provide good advice on their rights. And that's what we should be doing. That's what we should be doing. And you're part of that, okay? You're exercising a public power, okay? So that's a very heady responsibility we've all been given.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I think I can understand your goals, but I've also, you have too, been to many of these public hearings, right? And so if we have a witness or a person or a fact sheet that says, here is when by the farm applies, one, that's going to be nuanced, here's what the statute says, right? And we get a landowner that says, well, can I elect by the farm? My witness can't answer that question, right?
Go talk to attorney. There's the handout over there. Go pick it up and make sure you hit legal counsel. Oh, but by the way, we will likely be exercising our notice of purpose, or notice that we're going to be part of this, notice object, I think it is, probably sometime in December.
And
what's wrong with that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, we do have a section in every application, right, that talks about our right-of-way acquisition process. We can do some more work around the timing on that, so folks see it. But again, I just want to set reasonable expectations on this because it is a complicated issue, and we want to make sure that folks are getting both neutral and the appropriate feedback in the process. Is Ms. Agramonte like chewing on her microphone too?
Ms. Agramonte wants to get involved in this docket. Please, Ms. Agramonte.
Thank you, Chair Sieben and Commissioner Tuma. Nobody doubts your motives. You have always wanted to do right by every landowner and somebody who's drilled into every record, and we have had parcel-specific conversations. So let me just set that first. I do agree with Ms. Brusvin that there is a fundamental change here. Anytime this commission wants to change the process under 117, that's the condemnation chapter, or police what the applicant does in compliance with Chapter 117, that is different than requiring us to coordinate with counties. You rightly told us the story, Commissioner Tuma, of the DC line and the wreck that was the DC line, and the legislature responded and imposed obligations on condemnors. And under 117, condemnors have to do certain things at certain times. And the election for Buy the Farm doesn't happen until after the notice of the objects of the petition is served and filed, and it might be just served or filed. So that is the timing for Buy the Farm. And when that is will be different on every segment. So you want us to be able to say, I might be coming along for acquisition on date X, and we may not know that for a long time. But I also agree that creating a fact sheet that includes all of this information would be a valuable tool for landowners, and it hasn't been updated for a while. And if you want more emphasis on Buy the Farm, there can be more discussion, but it really isn't that simple. There are classifications of land that may or may not qualify. And when we can actually have those discussions has to be after the commission approves a route. It's just that's when we acquire. If what you want is early Buy the Farm acquisition, that's a legislative change. That is telling the condemnors that landowners have the right to elect Buy the Farm sooner than the statute currently says.
Ignore what MnDOT understands this very well too. MnDOT separates. I specifically asked them, how do you deal with this? Oh, this is a totally different thing. Relocation benefits, a totally different thing. We reach out to landowners so that they understand decisions may not be made to hurt them, but they may. That's all I'm asking. It's an easy conversation to have with those pinch point landowners. Okay, that's just it's a simple, kind thing to do. I explained it to my wife yesterday. She said that's just wrong. Why didn't they know?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, if you want to know exactly how the process works, our colleague Pat Malberg is in the room, and he spearheaded the acquisition in CapEx. Those negotiations after the permit's issued and before condemnation.
Negotiation. I said the word inform. Quit saying negotiations. I'm not getting in negotiations. And by the way, Buy the Farm is not in section 117. It's in our statute. Okay?
We need 5 minutes.
Commissioner Sullivan needs to use the restroom, so we're going to take a break until 10 to 12. The commission stands in recess. the commission will come back from its recess, and we are going to focus on Tuma Modified Decision Option 3. Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think I bloviated enough today on the subject. And, thanks to Commissioner Sullivan's bladder, I think we've come up with hopefully a solution that kind of moves us forward. And so working off of the first A decision option, okay, I would change it to be 30 days before the public hearing. The permittee shall file in the record a detailed plan how it will communicate its statutory obligations to provide relocation assistance under Section 17.52, relocation assistance, period. The applicant shall work with EERA and provide suggestions to improvements to their fact sheet on landowner rights so that it could be available by the public hearings.
Madam Chair.
And then Commissioner Partridge, but first Commissioner Tuma, and then you're leaving the rest
Everything
of
out.
A, B, and C?
All out.
All what?
None of that's where we won't do that now. We might do it down the road, depending on how things go. But for now, I think that would be a good step forward in what's going to be a very difficult discussion and culture change going on. So it's a good step.
Commissioner Tuma, I appreciate that. I just am trying to understand what you're asking all of us to do. So yours,
See,
it's just the language on the screen. 30 days before the public hearing, there's still a full plan, though, on all this stuff that then you're saying they have to file it with the commission,
right.
their plan, that they don't do now, correct?
I made one mistake, Chad. If you could delete the word "for" all the way through the end of the black language, so down on line 4 after relocation assistance, the paren, all of that is deleted. Yep, you got it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I forgot to do that. So all I want you to vote on is from the blue language at the bottom there where it says hearing up. So you can just delete everything below that, Chad, if you want to help people out so they don't panic that I'm trying to do something else.
And so this is still definitely more expansive than earlier, or than what? Anyway, okay, Commissioner Partridge. You need to remind.
Thank you. One clarification. Thank you, Chair Sieben. I guess one question I have is why this if we are working towards a standardized fact sheet that would be developed and maintained by, so just EERA, which just for folks, the reason we're confused here is that there's a group currently at the Department of Commerce that will be moving over to the commission. So writing about which group we're talking about is a little tricky. But if we are working on a standardized document that be maintained by EERA, do we need the applicant to be participating in that, or I think that's underway?
So, Madam Chair, I'm fine with that. Ms. Bruce was just real smart, so I was going to try to pick her brain is all I was doing. So, but if you don't want, that's okay by me. I mean,
I think
nothing nefarious there. Just
and Commissioner Tuma, one question I have is you still have before the hearing, the permittee in this docket will file a plan. And I think what I'm conflating in my head is that plan, the timing on which it will file the notice to landowners, and like what is beyond it, because you're taking out all of this stuff now. So what are you expecting will be in the plan? Because I don't think it's helpful for us to be ambiguous at this stage about what does the plan mean if we're just ensuring that the applicant shall file the notice to the a corrected notice to the appropriate landowners like that. I understand what that is. I don't understand now what a whole plan is.
Madam Chair, they very desperately want to communicate to me what they're doing, okay? And I'm trying to collect that information so I can make better decisions on improving our permits. And so the plan is vague. I just want them to tell us what their plan is. How do they communicate with landowners about their relocation benefits? I already know kind of what Xcel does. They just wait till they file their buy the farm. I think that's appropriate. I don't think it's fulfilling the statutory obligations. We can have that conversation later, okay? I just want Ms. Brusman's client to tell us how are they going to communicate. Nothing other than just that. How are they communicating these relocation benefits to their landowners? She might say we're just doing exactly like we've been doing it. Xcel did it, and that's fine. That's it. Information I'm taking in. We're taking in. ERA is going to be taking in to help inform us how we should improve our notice. Do we need to do it better? Do we need to do it louder? Do we need what? So again, it is meant to be vague. It's meant for them to tell us what they're doing.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. And Commissioner Tuma, I have a slightly different idea. I don't know if you will, I don't know if it's how you're going to feel about it, so I'm going to say it. And it's kind of inspired by what Commissioner Partridge had said and just kind of my thinking on this. Is like, I was thinking that maybe the better route here would be that we have the Commission's executive secretary put together a fact sheet that has the utilities obligations and then the landowner rights laid out. You could put timelines in there. You could put like the pertinent information, and then the person who is looking at that fact sheet could come to it and say, well, we are at this particular stage, and then you could see just by, visually where you're at in the frame. And it would be neutral, be a third party, to the point that Commissioner Partridge had made earlier, which I think is right. It would come with, it would be a fact sheet. It would not be legal advice, so it would be avoiding the pitfalls of legal advice. But it would help folks understand where they are in the process. It would be something that would then the applicants would have to give out and say, here is a commission product. It would be placed on the commission webpage, and that's what I was thinking. And we would have to have the executive secretary develop it, and I think that we could do something like that in relatively short order, and I think that could advance, and it could fundamentally get to the point that you're driving at, which is like, how do we ensure that people know where they're at, know what their rights are, and what the obligations are. So that's where my brain was at, and I don't know if that squares the circle, but
we could actually just delete then that addition we added, Chad, at the bottom there after the applicant. Just delete that. I still would like the plan, though. I think there's some value in us tell us what they're going to be doing so that we're informed. And we don't need to put anything in this order. We can just go ahead and ask the executive secretary to do that. So we don't need to clutter this order with that. But I still would really want to know, what are they doing with relocation assistance? I do think there's an additional obligation other than just paying people a payment and saying, oh, you're entitled to relocation assistance, and negotiating that after the notices are put out. I think there was very much our legislature had an intent that there is work that's being done by the good folks out there, the land agents that are out there trying to help people understand it. So I am trying to get to that culture change. So I think doing it your way, like you suggest with the information, makes good sense, so long as we just continue to ask them to put a plan together for us so that we know kind of what they're doing, and we start gathering that information and seeing how it works from there.
Do you mean, Commissioner Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, do you mean delegate authority to the executive secretary to sign off on a plan 30 days before the public hearing? Because I'm not understanding what you're saying then. Or are you saying you want the plan to be systematic and the same for every
That's a
applicant.
good question, Madam Chair. I'm actually doing two different things here. One is an overall explanation of what their rights is under by the farm in totality. Okay, there's a lot of things that go into by the farm. As Ms. Agramonte pointed out, there's a lot of, are you entitled to it, yada, yada, yada. There's one specific element of it, and that's the part that I keep pounding on, is that we are supposed to be providing help with people to understand that they have relocation rights. And I really believe that's important. And so that's what I'm asking them, is to look at the relocation stuff that like MnDOT has done and others have done, and give me a plan of how you're going to work with people on that. What's your plan there? That's their obligation.
Yeah, but I guess Commissioner Tuma, I'm arguing with you now. I don't want the commission to have to, like, they file a plan, you don't agree with what their plan is, and then the commission has to schedule a hearing to bring it back up, and now we're inserting ourselves into the notice and disclosure and who knew what at what point, which I don't think is what we're here to do as a commission. So I'm with you on, like, they should file a plan on how they're gonna notify the public, and, if the parties agree to, I don't know the timing, or you can have your 30 days before the first public hearing if you think that's right. But at some point, then, it should be like, just like other permit obligations where, for
Just like noxious weeds.
we don't come back and like approve it or not. So
Exactly.
that maybe that's not what your language was saying, but because we're doing this in real time, we're trying to figure it out for the first time. So I'm just trying to question you then how you see this working, that now it would be 30 days before the permittee files with the commission a plan for how they're going to provide, I think it should say, to provide notice of relocation assistance services and payments and benefits under Minnesota statute 117.52, because we're not saying that the commission is inserting itself into that discussion. We're just saying you have to inform people of what it is. And then if I am thinking of it, if the way you are, the applicant in this case will say, yep, here's the plan. We're filing it 30 days before the first public hearing. And in that plan, it would also have the notice that will now be updated and uniform across
That's really good,
utilities.
Madam Chair.
That's what you're thinking?
I think your changes were perfectly good. Again, I'm taking baby steps here.
Do you think was that what you were thinking with the Executive Secretary, Commissioner Sullivan? Because I didn't mean to jump in on your idea, but I'm trying to like practically think of how it would work.
I'm hearing two concepts here. One would be a fact sheet, and the second would be the applicant's plan for how you're going to inform folks of what's going on.
And give them that fact.
And give them that
you might
fact.
include
And a
that.
part of that would be giving the fact sheet. And like, as long as like, that's how I'm seeing this, and I think that, yeah, I mean, maybe we could take a minute or two just to draft something really quickly, and then okay.
Yeah, if you want some, I think the language here says that, but because we don't have to put that in the order that we're going to do a fact sheet. We can just tell the executive secretary to do that.
So we could just authorize the executive secretary to finalize a fact sheet for landowners regarding by the farm and relocation benefits under Minnesota law.
Yep.
And then we would do the language that you
Frankly, I don't think.
crafted
what I'm
here
saying
with
is
Commissioner
That second part
Sieben.
doesn't need to be in the order, is what I'm saying. All that needs to be in the order for this applicant is A. Or B, we can just do that. So.
Okay.
So I think, yeah, if you could get his language and just say, not in the order or something like that, because you don't need to put it in the order, Chad, we're gonna just do that. And what was the language you had on the second secretary? You had some language there.
Just authorize the executive secretary to finalize a fact sheet for landowners regarding by the farm and relocation benefits under Minnesota law.
I think, and we just want to make sure that it's a commerce fact sheet right now. So we want to delegate authority to the executive secretary to work with interested parties
Yeah.
or something like that, because I get the point is right, but it's not our fact sheet at this point. Commissioner Partridge?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I no longer have anything to say about this. This looks great. From my perspective, I'm interested to hear what the applicant thinks about this based on the timing of this particular project, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Could I also, I'd like to, oh, sorry. I'd also like to just hear from Commerce what they.
Yeah, we were going to ask them on all of this, but I'm not sure this language is exactly what we all said. But so we might still have to refine it. So, Ms. Bruceman, any thoughts on the language that's on the screen now?
Just a couple, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the direction that you are all headed here. The first is on timing. I would offer perhaps that instead of not less than 30 days, could we just say at the time of filing direct testimony? Because we have a schedule here, and our schedule has direct testimony on August 16th. The public hearings are on September 30th. And I think another filing may just get lost or be a little confusing. The second is when I heard Commissioner Tuma read this the first time, I heard him say the permittee shall file into the record a detailed plan on how it will communicate its statutory obligation. I think the language in front of us still says meet. And with that change, I would suggest maybe we take out notice of, because I don't know that the statute actually has a notice obligation in the relocation assistance. So just to make the language, I think consistent with your intent, and perhaps
That was my intent, yeah.
Mr. Graham will
I thought her
figure that
notice
out in
language
the.
accomplished the same thing, but if you like the better language, I'm fine with it.
One quick thing.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Were you had a couple.
I think I'm okay.
Okay. I am just looking at the language here. I kind of look at B right here, and I think we should say the commission authorizes the executive secretary to develop a fact sheet. And I don't think we need to put interested parties in there. I don't want to put us into a situation where we have to do notice and comment and slows everything down. We can just develop a fact sheet.
Even though, okay, whatever. Mr. Kirsch, this is your language and the notice that you're doing, so do you have any comments on the modified decision option?
Chair Sieben, no, I don't have any comments. I think it looks fine.
Any other questions? Then Commissioner Tuma, or any other comments? And Commissioner Tuma moves the amended language on the screen. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion prevails. Okay, anything else on this item?
I think we got it all, Sam. Just make sure we didn't miss anything as we're jumping around, so, okay. Got thumbs up.
Okay, great. Then, thank you everyone for your participation in item number 1. And do commissioners need a break before we bring up item number 2? No. Okay, then we'll let staff reshuffle and we'll take up item number 2. In a minute. Mr. Eck, when you're ready, please introduce item number 2.
Good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 2 is docket numbers E-002 CN-22-131 and E-002 TL-22-132 in the matter of the applications of Xcel Energy for a certificate of need and route permit for the Minnesota Energy Connection Project in Sherburne, Stearns, Kandiyohi, Wright, Meeker, Chippewa, Yellow Medicine, Renville, Redwood, and Lyon counties in Minnesota. The questions before the commission are, should the commission adopt the administrative law judge's findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendation? Should the commission determine that the environmental impact statement is adequate? Should the commission grant a certificate of need for Xcel Energy's Minnesota Energy Connection Project? And should the commission grant a route permit for Xcel Energy's Minnesota Energy Connection Project? And just one thing I need to point out, in the briefing papers, there was a duplication in the decision options. Decision option 3G was carried down from decision option 2G. So it's just a duplicate, and it can just be ignored, and it does not affect any of the recommended decision options. So other than that, I should note that Commissioner Tuma and Commissioner Hom had alternative decision items, and I believe copies of them are in the back, and they were also all posted to the e-docket system. So with that, I'm available for questions.
And a notice of comment, or not a notice, but we are going to have opening comments today, and we'll begin with Xcel Energy, and then after that, we'll hear from other parties, including the Greenslets, who are affected landowners that are in the audience, and some folks online. So we'll begin with Mr. Langen, I think, representing Xcel. After that, it will be Dr. Lieb. I don't know if she's here or not, but she's listed on for providing comments. And then, maybe I'm not looking at the updated list. So we'll start with Mr. Langen and then move on to the other parties. Please state your appearance for the record, Mr. Langen.
Chair Sieben, I'm going to interject here and be the speaker for the introductory remarks. I am accompanied by my colleague Haley Waller-Pitts from the law firm of Frederickson and Byron, and as you aptly noted, Mr. Langen. I thank you for the opportunity to present opening remarks today on both the Certificate of Need and route permit applications for the MNEC project. The MNEC project arose from Xcel Energy's 2019 Integrated Resource Plan, and the Commission concluded in its April 15th 22 order that Xcel Energy would need to acquire more than 2,700 megawatts of energy and capacity resources from wind, solar, and battery between 2027 and 32. The Commission directed Xcel Energy to apply for a CN and a route permit for a new transmission line from Sherco to Lyon County to reutilize the company's approximately 1,996 megawatts of valuable interconnection rights at Sherco. And in the company's most recent resource plan, the Commission approved a settlement last February, or this February, that for projects adding 2,800 megawatts of wind generation to this transmission line. The ALJ affirmed that the proposed double circuit 345 line proposed in this docket meets the certificate of need criteria, and the conclusion is unrefuted by any record evidence. Xcel Energy therefore requests that the Commission grant a certificate of need for the project, selecting decision options 1, 6, 7, A through D, and 13. I will note also that we do have some updated decision options from our attachment A that was submitted earlier this week. I have placed them by Mr. Eck, and they can be distributed at the appropriate time. I'd like to now turn to the route permit application. The Commission and ERA should be pleased with the process to date and the efforts stakeholders have taken to balance Xcel Energy's customers' needs for the line and landowner interests. The MNEC project represents how the route process can work well, reflecting thoughtful commentary and responses to analyses throughout the proceeding that is well documented in the record before you. But I'd like to go on the Wayback Machine and talk a little bit about how the routing record was developed. It shows how thorough the process was and why the company believes the preferred route plus AA1 and 223 best balances the varying interests in consideration of all the routing factors. In January of 22, more than 3 years ago, Xcel Energy assigned Mr. Langen here to lead the route development and permitting for this approximately 180-mile line. He's worked previously with the DNR. He was formerly with the DOC ERA, and since 2012, he's been employed by Xcel Energy in Siting and Land Rights Department until recently, but I will not go into that. He oversaw a team of approximately 20 in-house and external subject matter experts who have applied their expertise in permitting and evaluating all of the route alternatives. On October 30 of 2023, about a year and a half ago, Xcel Energy submitted its route application, including 2 routes, the blue route and the purple route. Those proposals were based on 2 years of analysis. The exhaustive process that Xcel Energy undertook is detailed in section 3 of the application. A large part of this route development process was soliciting input from landowners, local units of government, agencies, and other stakeholders regarding a large network of route segments and alternatives that were refined into those 2 routes. Xcel Energy sent mailings to 150,000 landowners. They had 2 rounds of open houses, both in person and online. Mr. Langen was at every one. Xcel Energy also conducted dozens of outreach meetings with local governments, state and federal agencies, and tribal nations, and Mr. Langen was at all of those too. Xcel Energy considered all stakeholder comments and developed routes based on the 15 statutory criteria and the 14 routing criteria, and I won't get into how they overlap and have subcomponents. But as the Commission is well aware, routing isn't a mathematical exercise. It's a complex analysis with sometimes competing considerations that requires judgment and intensive investigation. Based on that judgment and analysis, Xcel Energy refined route and connector segments for inclusion in the application. Then the formal routing process began. In January of 24, the Commission held in-person scoping meetings and online as well. Interested persons were told that if they believed they had a better alternative, they should submit a comment identifying the alternative and the reason why it was superior to the applicant's proposal. Through that scoping process, 78 route alternatives were submitted for consideration, and of those, 63 were evaluated in the EIS. And every landowner on all those alternatives were notified that they may have the route on their property. In September of 24, Mr. Langen provided the team's evaluation of those alternatives, and based on that evaluation, modified the blue route to incorporate 6 alternatives that were developed through that process. And I'll just pause there and say, that's how the process is supposed to work. All right, in October, ERA completed its DEIS, and then we had informational meetings on the DEIS and public hearings and an evidentiary hearing, and 285 citizens put in individual comments, 10 LDUs, and 10 organizations. They had their opportunity to weigh into the route selection that you have before you. In January, ERA completed the FEIS, and on February 5, the ALJ recommended approval of the preferred route based on the full record before her. Xcel Energy believes the record before the ALJ and before you fully supports granting a route permit for the project. Specifically, Xcel Energy recommends the Commission approve staff decision options as set forth in Xcel Energy's updated Attachment A. Xcel Energy does not support all or parts of 6 of Commissioner decision options, the TUMA condemnation decision, TUMA decision option 11N. Xcel is already planning that alignment to be reflected here along County 7, but doesn't support the rest of the option. TUMA decision option 11O, TUMA decision options 10A regarding Augusta, B 213, and then C regarding the Minnesota River crossing. We don't support those alternatives because they were not studied in the environmental impact statement, do not reflect the extensive and comprehensive record developed for the project, and are not being recommended by any of the agency stakeholders. Xcel Energy does not object to TUMA decision option 11P. In fact, Xcel Energy has been in negotiations or discussions, however we want to talk about it, with the landowner to refine that alignment, which is something we typically do post-permit, but it was advanced in this case. Xcel Energy's more detailed reasoning regarding those options are in our April 7th and April 8th filings. To aid the Commission in directing questions today, I will be the person to address need questions and the condemnation to the extent that it's within my ability to do so, and I will call upon my colleague, Mr. Malberg, if additional information is needed. Ms. Waller-Pitts and Mr. Langen will address routing questions.
Thank you, Ms. Agramonte. Could you just quickly say the decision options again that you are supportive of?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. Oh, they didn't get handed out. I apologize. I do have them written so that, because the routing ones are so detailed.
It was in your. Ms. Agramonte, has it changed since your late filing?
Chair Sieben, yes, there are a couple of additional options that the applicant finds acceptable.
Okay, so we haven't gotten this document yet.
No, Chair Sieben, it's being handed out now, and I'll note that what has changed from our last filing is in red to make it easy to identify.
Okay, thank you. So next we'll hear comments from the Department of Commerce, DER. Dr. Leap.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. DER.
Please state your name for the record.
Sorry, Sydney Leib with the Minnesota Department of Commerce. The Division of Energy Resources regulatory team, which is the piece that I oversee, was narrowly focused here on the CN, not the route permit. And the department agrees with the ALJ decision, so we're supporting decision option 1 to adopt the ALJ's findings, and decision options 6 and 7 regarding granting the certificate of need. We are not taking a position on the other pieces of this docket.
And EERA, Mr. Kirsch, my understanding is you didn't want to provide opening comments or you didn't have any, but if you do, please, you're welcome.
Chair Sieben and Commissioners Ray Kirsch with the Minnesota Department of Commerce. I don't have any opening comments. I will weigh in maybe on the staff recommendations in the briefing papers. I think in general we support staff recommendations in the briefing papers. We have no opinion on 6 and 7, and it's related to the CN because the ERA did not do any analysis on the certificate of need. 9E is the decision option for the routing, which we support. With one addition, there's a route alternative 213, which is addressed in one of Commissioner Tuma's alternative decision options, and we think that route alternative is worthy of further discussion. And those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Next, Mr. Pranis. The laborers, it looks like you're online. If you had opening comments, please go ahead.
Yes, I apologize. Chair Sieben, Commissioners, I am simultaneously in contract negotiations, but this is important. I just wanted to say
and
how
state your name,
critically
please,
important.
and the
I'm
organization.
sorry. Kevin Pranis on behalf of Lyon, Minnesota, and North Dakota. And we appreciate the chance to address the Commission on this critically important project. I think we knew this was important in the Integrated Resource Plan for Xcel when this was sort of tentatively approved as part of the plan. I think it's become much more important now based on the lack of availability of projects that can secure interconnections. And this is one of our most valuable assets that will allow us to maximize the amount of energy that can be sort of crammed onto one line, produced in Minnesota and delivered at the Sherco interconnection. And so appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I have attended, we have had members attend some of the hearings, lots of good engagement. really impressed by how much information and engagement opportunity was provided to interested parties, to local residents and landowners, able to see maps, able to easily draw lines and figure out how they could contribute to this. A really thorough record, and we encourage Commission approval of the Route Permanent Certificate of Need, specifically decision options 1, 4, 6, 7, 8D, and then the Lyon decision option, whose number I forget, that specifically calls out reporting on use of local workforce and requirement of prevailing wage, consistent with what we are doing on large wind and solar projects and other large utility projects permitted by the Commission. And happy to answer any questions, and that's all I have. Thank you.
11 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Pranis. I think your recommended decision options are incorporated in the staff's recommendations. Do you agree with that?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. And thanks for doing two things at once. Next, it looks like we have, I know there are other parties that were in the record, but I don't think is there anybody else that's a party that wanted to provide opening comments? Then we'll move to the individual landowners who took the time to attend our hearing. So the Greenslits are here. You're welcome to come forward, one or both of you. Mr. Brian Greenslit, welcome to your first PUC hearing. And just a reminder, yes, you got it. You need to please state your name for the record, and then
thank you for having me, Madam Chairwoman, and the rest of the commissioners. I'll be very brief. We're here representing Route Change 220, which we are the only ones that affects.
And sorry, you just need to state your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Brian Greenslit. I'm a farmer from down by Franklin, Minnesota. So we've been very engrossed in these meetings from the very beginning, and have attended 3 separate of the hearings that were done out in the countryside. And we wrote multiple comments to the Department of Commerce and a couple of different comments to the PUC. The Department of Commerce has recommended Route 220 as a change. When the ALG filed her report, there was made no mention of of our route change whatsoever. The PU staff has also recommended route change number 220. In Xcel's testimony from Mr. Matt Langen, they took no position on it. However, it is something I'm going to point out to the Commission. It does cost a little bit more to go our way. However, part of that cost is offset, as half of the route change will follow Minnesota Highway 19, which Xcel already has a right of way on. So some of the cost of the project, our proposal would mandate 2 more corners, and corner poles cost more than straight poles. There's a bigger chunk of steel and more concrete in the ground. So, but that's partially, like I said, that's partially offset. I don't really have any other comments other than I want to tell you that the folks that you have working here at PUC, at the Department of Commerce, and even the ones I worked with at Xcel Energy, it's been a great process, a lot of integrity, and I really think that this is an example of the system that works.
We appreciate that. We don't often get open praise for our staff and the Department of Commerce, so I'll reiterate that. I appreciate really much you and your wife taking.
Sure, but the farther forward you come, the nicer the chairs are.
There's also a button, so even if you're short, you can like move it up so you appear taller too. Next, Mr. Potter is online. I believe I got your name right, sir. Jeff Potter, if you can unmute yourself, and we can see you now. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and provide any comments you'd like.
Jeff Potter, Redwood Falls. I'm along the blue route here. I'm the one that suggested the 213 alternate route, which would bypass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 farm sites that would be within 50 feet to 200 feet of this line. We're in, I'm not a good talker, I'm sorry, but we would not like the 213 to go through. Mr. Tuma, I do have his map here and his route suggestions, and most of them are pretty good, but we don't understand exactly why he's deviating from the 13. The 213 would follow the line fences, right on line fences. It looks like what he has would go right through the middle of the fields, and we'd have to farm around them. We don't have the opportunity to pick up and move to sell our places. I mean, I've got 6 places that this line will be affecting with poles and everything. And I'm sitting here with neighbor Todd Mertens too, and he has 6, 7, probably 8 different fields too that this would affect. But we would like to have the 213. And we understand it costs more money, but you're only doing this one time. It's not like you're building this every single year. One time, if you would work with us farmers, work with the landowners, we're willing to work with you. But please, don't tell us this is the way it's going to go. Right now, if they would go down the way they want to, Xcel, there would be a great big pole, 160 feet tall, sitting 150 feet from my front door. Every time you eat breakfast, you'd be looking at that line. And I've got cattle. Todd has hogs, and there is stray voltage that does come from this. Animals can feel it more than people. We just want it to go a little bit further away. That's all. We're willing to work. I don't know what else I can tell. I really don't. If you have some questions, that's fine, but I don't know. Just please work with us. That's the main thing. Just work with us.
Yeah, no, we really appreciate that you took the time to be on, Mr. Potter. And can the other gentleman that's with you just state his name, because we kind of saw you briefly there, but welcome to, and
Todd.
Please go ahead.
Todd Mertens, Toddmertens. We live along County Road 30, very close to the road, as is a number of people here right along County Road 30. I think there's 7 different houses. We all have young kids, young families. I'm worried about, tornadoes, stuff like that. If these voltage lines are 150 feet tall and they're 150 feet away from my bedroom window, these lines come down. So where do we seek shelter? You run from the power lines, or you run from our tornado warning? We got no place to go. But if we can do this alternative route 213, which would be out in the middle of the field, taking fence lines or something like that, that are away from these houses and people's dwellings, that, we don't have to quite look at them just right out our bedroom window, or worry about the lines are going to fall down, or whatever it is. If you, like Jeff said, if Xcel can work with us to move these lines a little bit away from our houses, we're willing to work with you. But when we can't pick up and move. Like Jeff said, we can't pick up and move. If these lines are right by our houses and we don't like them, we can't move. I'm a 3rd generation farmer. My grandpa started it. My dad's been here. He's 87 years old. Now it's my generation. And who wants to live out here anymore? I mean, if you got a power line that's buzzing and humming and everything else, and you just can't pick up and move. Like, if you're in town, yeah, maybe we'll move somewhere else. We don't like the power lines, we can move. We can't pick up our land and move. We can't pick up our livestock and move. We're kind of trapped. So that's why all our neighbors are kind of worried about this line that's coming down B4, right along County Road 30 here. My other neighbor, she has 4 young kids. She's closer yet. She's probably 75 feet away from where they want to set poles, where the power lines are going to be. She's very upset. You know, young kids, we're just trying to have families out here, make a living, and it's just very hard. I mean, it's going to reduce our property values. Who's going to want to, if, you know, a person that has a house and just has the house, if she wants to move, she doesn't want to live underneath them. She goes, my house is going to be devalued. You know, if she wants to buy a new house, different house somewhere else, how is she going to sell this? Who's going to want to live here?
Okay.
And that's our point, I guess.
Yeah, no,
If we can
Mr. Musgrave,
make this
did I
213
get your name right? Is it, sorry, will you spell your name for me? I'm getting.
TODD, Todd Mertens, MERTENS.
Great. We really appreciate your opening comments, and if you both are willing to stay online and listen to the discussion, I know commissioners want to talk specifically about the segment that you're suggesting we take up. And I know it's also confusing because we're doing this, you know, with a lot of paper and maps in front of us. And we'll get to your specific segment. Just to reiterate, I think you and Mr. Potter are saying you want the commission to adopt the section 213 for your portion of the route, and I think it's fair to I just want to hear if there's anybody else who has opening comments, but I think what I saw from Xcel is they're not opposed to the commission adopting that that particular routing selection, if that's helpful. So are you okay staying on for a little while? We'll try to get to it relatively
Can the commissioners
quickly.
speak up in the speaker a little bit? It's very hard to hear.
Oh, sure. Sorry. Our microphones
we can hear
aren't
you
that
pretty
great.
well, but the other commissioners are very hard to hear.
Okay, yeah, we all need the reminder to talk, to eat our mics. So thank you very much for being on.
Thank you.
Before we move on to specific segments here, I just wanted to ask if either the Lower Sioux or is on, or I know that they've been asked if they wanted to participate, but we haven't heard back, or if there's any other party that hasn't spoken that wanted to provide comments to the commission before we move into the general discussion. Okay, great. So why don't we then move into questions from commissioners? And I think the good thing that we have taken time earlier on the other docket is a lot of that might be smoother here. But why don't we begin first with Commissioner Hom, who filed a decision option that is in regards to a tribal monitoring permit language. So Commissioner Hom, can you please step us through your decision option first and ask any parties if they object to it if you're not sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Stephen. Yeah, I think I just basically combining permit language P1 and P1A in the single language, because originally P1 was not recommended in the perception that P1A cover P1, but after discussion with our staff, I think there might be some gap, so I try to cover both with combined language.
And it seems like there was support in the record and in talking to staff with from Lower Sioux and Boys Fort. But again, they're not on today, but for the applicant, there's no objection to this HOM decision alternative, is there?
Chair Stephen, thank you. No objection from Xcel. It does reflect what they were already planning to do for this project.
Okay, great. That's helpful. And the department, I assume, doesn't have a comment on this or objection. Okay. So then, Commissioner Tuma, do you want to step through your decision alternatives?
I do, Madam Chair, if it's okay. I don't know if Mr. Blodgett has my decision options, which follow very much along the lines of the staff alternatives. And I might make a suggestion, Madam Chair. It's your call. I think we could probably dispense with decision options 1 through 8 pretty quickly. There's only a couple minor differences between the parties, and I'd be happy to make that motion, and we can just dispense with that part and get into the route after that.
So Commissioner Tuma, and what are you having Mr. Graham show?
We're going to walk through the decision options.
Mr. Blodgett, sorry. And what I'm just.
You just work off the staff decision options if you want. It's theirs, but I have a couple additions, so they're going to be in red when we get to them. But on here, like I said, 1 through 8 are pretty straightforward.
As in the briefing papers, you're not proposing new things in your. If you wanted, commissioners, before. If we make a motion, then I think what I'm hearing is Commissioner Tuma, what would you move? Sorry, I'm a little.
I would move staff's recommendations for 1 through 8, which would be decision option 1.
Which is adopting the ALJ's finding of facts.
That's right. Decision option 2, A through I. It does not include J and K, as recommended by staff. Decision option 3, A through N. This will be all the threes. I understand there's a duplication there, but the staff can solve that because we do number 13. 4, which is say that the environmental impact statement is appropriate. And then the certificate of need language, which is 6 and 7, A through D. And that gets us then into the route permit after that.
Okay, so before that's helpful, Commissioner Tuma, do commissioners have questions on Commissioner Tuma's motion first for the parties? And then before we vote on that, I want to be careful that we're giving the parties the opportunity to make sure they understand the motion too, including because I think there was some
there are 2 things
discrepancies in the ALJ report. Perhaps, I don't know. Any comments on Commissioner Tuma's motion or concerns you wanted to raise? Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I think we agree that there's very little disagreement among the parties on those decision options. I would just like to call out with respect to 2 and 3 that some of those individual subparts will depend on the route and will relate to the permit conditions in number 11. So there may be some efficiency to waiting on those until the commission has discussed the route as well.
So for example, like 2E, is that one of them?
Let me see.
Or
so an example I think would be 3A. So it would modify the ALJ report to recommend the route as modified by EERA staff. And that route, that finding may need to be further updated depending on what the commission ultimately decides for the route.
Well, that's all taken care of in 13 when you do 13. So I mean, the staff can go back and make everything copacetic for the permit and the order. So.
And if I may, the company does have some comments on some of the permit conditions that were recommended by staff.
Commissioner Tuma, I'm not really, you need to help me understand then what maybe you could just pull out the ones that Ms. Waller-Pitts just said, and then we could vote on those later?
I don't
Or-
think we have to, Madam Chair, because 13 will take care of that. When we do decision option 13, it always goes back and cleans up those inconsistencies. So that's why we don't need to change it. If something changes, we can do it, but 13 will take care of it in the end. I do want to point out, though, that staff recommendations are different than what Xcel's recommendations are, and I think they might want to talk to that. But I don't think we need to start pulling out and trying to reword and rejigger any of these decision options. I think that's a little bit overkill.
Okay, does any commissioner have a concern with Commissioner Tuma's motion? Yes, Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I personally do not have any concern with those decision options. They were marked on my draft of what I was thinking. I am getting a bit confused by what the parties are saying about why this is not a good idea to move these now. And so I'm just a little bit confused, I have to be honest. Ms. Waller-Pitts, could you elaborate on why you think this is not something we should do at the moment?
Thank you, Commissioner. With Commissioner Tuma's clarification that the expectation would be that the executive secretary could refine the findings based on what the commission ultimately decides on route and conditions, I think that resolves our concern on that front.
Okay.
So the exceptions in decision option 2 relate specifically to the findings of fact, is that right? And staff will be able to update the findings of fact that are consistent with the ALJ report or not. So we're not making any routing decisions now, is what Commissioner Tuma is saying. And we would just, if we make routing decisions and later things, we will update the findings of fact. Does that help, Commissioner Partridge?
Yes, I feel comfortable now. Thank you so much.
Okay. All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. I didn't know you had a question, so go ahead. If you want to undo it, then.
We can add something to it. I mean, if Xcel has something they want to add to it, we can do a motion on that too, so.
Commissioner Sullivan, go ahead.
I just wanted Commissioner Tuma to repeat the motion.
Then you have to say that before I call the
was
question.
like in the process of doing that.
Just so you know, Commissioner, what wasn't included is J and K, which is 2 Xcel provisions that staff disagreed with on 2.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tuma, whatever your
Madam Chair,
next wanted to ask of
next
the parties.
is the route, and so I don't know if we want to get into the route segments. I have, I think, 5 different route segments that we need to touch on and make decisions on, so I don't know what you're feeling as far as timing and how you want to do it. I'm ready to plow ahead if you want me to.
I think unless someone else wants to, you're the plow driver.
Yep. Well, and timing-wise, Madam Chair, I didn't want to assume that it was going to be. Madam Chair, my preference, and I'll just tell you what my preference is, and we'll need to kind of dive into specific options as we go, but I am supportive of staff's recommendation and Doc ER's recommendation pretty much. That would be 9E, okay? That includes Mr. Greenslit's 2020, so 9E covers you. And by the way, I told you this earlier, nice farm. I did enjoy looking at it. I would move decision options 212, which was recommended by the applicant, and that is down in Redwood County. And we'll talk about that in detail. I would recommend 213, and we'll talk, that's Mr. Potter and Mr. Martens, that's your route, okay? So I'm recommending that we adopt it. I do have some discussions on expanded route width on that, and I'll explain to them so they understand what I'm trying to get at, because I think it actually fulfills what they were asking, working with them. I would also recommend 237 near Kimball, which would avoid 5 residences and go through a field instead. I also didn't mention on 212, I asked that the route alignment be put on the south side of 68 to reduce the impacts on one residence on the north side of 68. And I think that makes it balance correctly in my mind, and that's a real close call. We'll talk about that.
Madam Chair, and Commissioner,
Go ahead.
may I make a request? Commissioner Tuma, as you go through these, if you have a new decision option, would you just mention which one it is so that I'm tracking, because I've got a lot of paper here.
So on the screen, Madam Chair and Commissioner Partridge, the red is the new stuff. That's in addition to the staff. So 212 and 213 and 237 would be additions to the staff's recommendation. And I just was pointing out that the staff's recommendation includes the modified 223, avoiding the International Airport of Lux, and then also avoiding doing 220, which is Mr. Greenslit's. So that's the combination that would fall under E. And then from there, Madam Chair, I'm happy to go through each specific one of the additions if you would like, in whatever order you would like.
Go ahead. I don't have a preference, so.
So since we have Mr. Potter and Mr. Marters online, let's try to accomplish theirs. I'm hoping it will be easy for you, and I'll try to make sure I speak into the mic, gentlemen. If you can't hear me, just please let me know, because I want you to hear me. And by the way, Mr. Potter, is it the Ponderosa? I don't know if you call it the Ponderosa Ranch, if I remember right when I drove by. Yeah, so, and you also have a very, very nice, almost as good as Mr. Greenslit's operation there. It looked very clean, and I appreciated it. And if you saw a gray Honda Ridgeline sitting out by your property, that was me. Yep, I was being creepy, okay. But I do like that. It's my downfall in life. And so, as you know, I suggested...
I think it's Wendy's downfall in life, actually. Wendy, for folks who don't know, is Commissioner Tuma's wife, who oftentimes I think has to go on these drives to check out different
she wants
routes.
to go on these, so I don't. She's that might be a psychological problem she has to work through, but that's okay.
For better or worse.
For better or worse, we are. So I wanted to talk to you, gentlemen. Thanks for being on. And so, if you could get my map up, I don't know the one with the expanded route width. Our friends of Xcel are saying they don't want to expand route widths, and so this is going to be I think a good conversation. I want to work with you, but I want to be efficient too for everybody's time.
Can you just tell me what the document
It's 213, the map for 213. So it would be decision option 10B. It would have been under. And it'll get up here in a second. I just wanted to confirm your assessment that the route that as it sits right now does affect residents. It's a balancing act, as you know, between how much it affects residents and it was a wildlife area. I think people were trying to think about that right across the bridge from your place. There's a wildlife area, a WMA. And so that was kind of the balancing act. Xcel went down the blue route. So 213, as we sit here right now on this map, this is not the map I was thinking about. It's the one with the expanded route width.
I think Mr. Eck has it if he's waving to you, Mr. Blodgett.
So I wanted to explain the concept of the expanded route width to you gentlemen and get your confirmation on this. My understanding on the maps that we've had, to the east of you, Mr. Potter, it notes 2 residents on 310th Street.
We still don't have the map up.
I know they don't. I think they might have it there, so I see them looking down. So I just want them to confirm with me my truth testing as I drove by, that the two residents to the east of you, Mr. Potter, are abandoned farm operations. They no longer have houses there, right?
Mr. Potter, can you hear us, and are you tracking with what Commissioner Tuma just stated?
Yes, I am. They are not abandoned. The one to the east, the first one, that one just got sold this last winter. And there's a young couple with a couple young kids that are trying to redo the house and move in there. And then another one right around the corner to the east of that, go north a little bit. That one has somebody living in there for the last 5-6 years. Young kid. A young kid that works in the city of Redwood.
I have right there by the 213 when it is going north from the regular route. I have an individual by the name of Lieb that lives there. That house
Liebel,
is,
yes.
yeah.
Cameron Liebel.
So that's still occupied. Then going from his house, then going down 310, there's a yellow box there. It looked abandoned to me when I drove by it, but you're saying somebody is buying that now?
Yes, somebody bought that from the Twin Cities. They got sick of the Twin Cities, so they moved out here. I do store some hay down in their buildings, so I have met them, and they're a very nice couple, but they just want to make a new life for themselves, and they are trying to get the house back in order.
That's helpful because it looked abandoned when I drove by.
Yeah.
And the next one, between you and that house, there's another yellow, and I just saw a shed there. There's no house there, right?
No house, just a shed.
So what I'm suggesting by my route expansion, Mr. Potter, is Mr. Lieb, just like you folks were affected, the route would run right across the street from him, just like it would run right across the street from you and Mr. Murtaugh's residence and the other residences down the way. So by doing the expanded route width, okay, it could go along the property line. I understand, Mr. Murtaugh, you own that property that is the very far east of the red checked lines, right? Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And so what I'm suggesting is that Xcel talk with you. I don't know if this is what you want, and you don't have to make a decision now. What I'm saying is at least have a conversation with you in that space to maybe mitigate Mr. Lieb's impact, okay, by putting it on a different route. I'm not saying it ends up there. We're going to give you the route that you see and that you recommended. That's going to be the route. I just want an opportunity for you to help your neighbor like you're getting helped right now, maybe moving it. Or maybe it goes down because this is the one I'm worried about, Mr. Potter, is the field that's just to the east of you. That's the field that's owned by Jensen, I believe. That field goes all the way north of the route. So in other words, it would be cutting across his field. Your route would be the 213. And maybe he would prefer it to be between your property and his property instead of cutting across his property. But I don't know that. I'm not saying we have to make a decision yet. I'm just saying give an option for you landowners to talk with Xcel to decide what is the best route, where to turn north, so that maybe we can mitigate some of the impact on Mr. Lieb. We're going to give you the route that you have there, and if nothing else happens and nobody can come to agreement, that will be the route. I just want to give you the opportunity to look at these routes and decide where would I want it on my property or next to my property. Maybe Jensen's want it different. And so I'm just asking if you're okay with doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, we are. As far as the Jensen farm, I understand it would go through a field. That would be the only field. Everything else is along a line fence.
Yep.
And as far as Todd is here with his piece,
I am okay if they kept the 213 proceeding east along the line fence. Then if they're going to come back south along the line fence, I got no problem with that. That would avoid Mr. Liebel and that new property owner that's fixing up that house on 310th Street that looked abandoned, but he's fixing it up.
Yep.
That would avoid their houses too. I'm willing to, like I said before, me and Jeff are willing to work with Xcel, you guys, if we can avoid some of these houses.
You guys deserve an award. I give you an award for being very open and very willing. A lot of people, when they have a route, they'll push it on to their neighbor. And you guys took it on yourselves and put it on Mr. Potter's backfield. And I appreciate what you guys have done, and you deserve respect and honor for that. So I'm trying to make sure. So just so I hear, you're willing to at least work with Xcel. We're going to give you the route that it's here, but you'll work with them. You don't have to make a decision now, but just at least have that conversation, and I appreciate that.
We appreciate working with us to try to avoid some of these houses. That's what our goal is.
The other one is, as you see to the west of, is it County Road 6, I believe?
Yep.
There's a little bit of an expanded route width. That's that cross-out piece. It's owned by a guy. I was surprised to find out he actually lives close to me near Vesely, Minnesota. So the owner of that
land.
Steve. Go ahead.
Yep, Steve Mullenhart.
Yeah, so I was kind of surprised. I know exactly where his property is. And so he owns that field to the south of the Redwood River. And so if there could be less of an impact on the wildlife area, and this is what makes it, for me, even more possible, if there's a possibility, I don't know if there is, if that owner would be okay with keeping it to the south of the Redwood River and crossing after the WMA. And so, again, I'm not asking that it must be. We'll give you the route that you suggested, but at least we would like to talk to him. Now, it might impact your land, Mr. Potter, because they might cut a little cross across some of your field there, but is that workable, or you just think that's not doable?
The Route 213 the original route that we're looking at, that would go right on the south side of that wildlife area. It wouldn't go through it or anything. If they kept the same route as what is proposed. It'd be right on the fence line. It'd be right on the fence line. It would not affect the wildlife area at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's close enough that it has some impact on it. And so I just was hoping that there was an opportunity, again, working with the landowners, to move it a little further away from that wildlife area. And that's why I suggested the broader route width at that place. And it's not your property, but they might take a cut at an angle by your property there. I think there's an old gravel pit or something that was over there. They would. No. It's at least what they listed. Sometimes their EISs aren't the best maps. I've learned that the hard way. But I'm thinking if you're okay with that, it's again a conversation they have to have with that landowner. And if he says no, it's 213, but it could possibly stay a little further to the south. Are you okay with having Xcel talk to that landowner?
Oh yeah, I farm that land, so okay. I know him. I farm other farms that he has too. So.
Okay, Madam Chair, that's all the questions I have.
Do we want to hear from Xcel what they think about this?
Xcel, I'm a little perplexed why you're so opposed. Who knows better about these areas than the landowner? Just because it hasn't been studied, it's been studied enough. It's like if the landowners are okay with it, and there's room for conversations about taking some pressure off the Mr. Lieb residents, and it sounds like they're open to at least conversation, what's the problem?
Ms. Agramonte, please state your name for the record first.
Lisa Agramonte on behalf of the applicant, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma. I've been around here enough times to know we sometimes after a route permit come back to you for some adjustments because the landowners have gotten together and asked us to move it, and it's workable and it's implemented.
This allows you not to have to come back. That's what I'm trying to save you the time to come back.
Yeah, sorry, Chair.
Yeah, my apologies.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma. Yes, I understand the perspective you bring, Commissioner Tuma. The process concerns we have here are that there are new landowners who now will find that their property is within a route. Understand you're not suggesting that the line can go there unless they agree, but now we have new landowners, one on this one, if I recall correctly, and there hasn't been an environmental review of these areas, and so we would be moving in those hatched areas without providing the commission any environmental data upon which to make that decision. So it's really a process concern on our perspective. And this is different than the Lux Airport, where there is environmental information in the record, and that landowner was noticed, and the line is on another part of his property. So we think that that's distinguishable.
Madam Chair, the Lux Airport deviation wasn't all studied, okay? You know that. So this is what bothers me. It's good in one place, it's not good in the other. That's not acceptable, okay? This, again, landowners, as in Lux, agreed to it. You made the adjustment. Good for you. Excellent. I like it. You're there willing to do it. I'm perplexed why we wouldn't want to try to, again, what was the thing the ALJ said? We were trying to mitigate human impact. I'm trying to help out Mr. Lieb there. And they're willing to talk to you about helping him out. What's wrong with that? Without having to come back to us for a route alteration.
Chair Steven, Commissioner Tuma, I respectfully disagree that the Lux Airport is the same. As I mentioned, that landowner was noticed, he was part of the process, and that proposal was in the docket at the time of Mr. Langen's direct testimony. So I think the timing of it does make a difference. That said, if the commission wants to expand the route width, of course we'll work with the landowners. If the commission doesn't expand the route width, Xcel will work with the landowners. I simply wanted to identify this as a process concern, and more so on, I believe, one of the other expanded areas where we have many more new landowners who would be brought into the process very late.
So Mr. Potter, Mr. Potter and, excuse me, Mr. Martez, just be clear, okay? We want to listen to you, okay? Xcel has always gives us this double talk about this. Don't pay attention to that, okay? We're listening to you. You understand your land better than anybody else. You understand the neighborhood better than anybody else. And thank you, Mr. Martez, for being willing to at least consider it. That is very Minnesotan of you, and I appreciate that. So you confirm that you do have 3 generations of farming in you in Minnesota, so that I appreciate that. But just remember that we want to help your neighbors out. We want to work with you. And so I'm just a little bit perplexed by their unwillingness to just at least expand the route width and let you guys work with your neighbors to figure out a path through. I will say, we've done this on other routes, and I know it doesn't always work, okay? So I'm kind of perplexed why Xcel, unlike MP, we just did the Northern Reliability, was willing to do several of these. And so I'm perplexed. Mr. Langdon, I'm just perplexed why you won't want to have a conversation with these gentlemen. They seem very reasonable. So, help me out. What's your strategy? It seems so opposed to what we dealt with MP. And I don't mean to, it's up to your attorney whether you want to talk, but I'm flabbergasted why you won't want to just expand a little route width and have a conversation with the community.
Ms. Agramonte?
Could I say one more thing?
Just a second. I think you can right after we let company respond to Commissioner Tuma's question.
Thank you, Chair Steven, Commissioner Tuma. First of all, I know that Mr. Langen here has done his very best to mitigate landowner impacts. I can't say it enough. It's a process issue. So we get a new route expanded width. You ask us to go out and tell landowners who may have been notified of these route alternatives and chose not to participate because their land wasn't affected. Well, now it might be. And so we're going to go out and talk to them. And they'll get the notices that we're required to provide, and they'll say, but wait a minute, I participated in this process, or I didn't participate because I wasn't notified. That's the concern we have. And then I've got a landowner who has to try to negotiate with his other landowner to try to get him to move it. I'm not saying those conversations can't take place. I'm telling you that we have a predictable process right now where people are notified of what route alternatives are under consideration. They have the opportunity to participate in that weighing of factors, and now we're changing it, and that's the concern.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Potter wanted to weigh in, and then Commissioner Sullivan, and then Commissioner Partridge. Mr. Potter or Mr.
Mertens.
Mess? Why can't I keep my head right, your name right? I apologize. Mr. Mertens.
Like Jeff said before, we're trying to find a route that's staying away from houses. It's going through 6 or 7 parcels of Jeff's. So we'll have to deal with these power lines no matter what. But all we're trying to do is keep it away from the houses. It's going to go through 7 parcels of my property. Either I rent or I own. So we are working with Xcel. We're not saying, no, we do not want these power lines. We are trying to work with them, stay away from the houses, other residents. So we are still putting ourselves out there that we got to deal with these power lines. Xcel doesn't want to deal with contacting new landowners. This is only a one-time deal. We can't go back 5 years from now and, oh, we should have rerouted it this way. It's a process that, well, everybody has to go through. Everybody has to give a little bit, and we can make this work peacefully and come to a conclusion of which way to route it. But we only got one chance at this, and that's what me and Jeff are here today to try to get through Xcel to say, hey, work with us. We are still taking a big gamble of going through our property and still working around this. We're not saying no.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mertens. Now, I appreciate that. Commissioner Sullivan had a follow-up question on this.
I have, I guess one thing I'm kind of curious what the department thinks.
Mr. Kirsch, on this particular issue?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan, I think that both Commissioner Tuma and Xcel make good points. There was sort of a due process concern about have these folks been notified. But in general, I think because there are 2 routes here, I think we have a lot of information about this area. You know, we look at the right-of-way, but we look at beyond the right-of-way for certain natural resources and archaeological resources, those sorts of things. So I'm not as concerned about that particular part, but the process part is a tough question, is a thorny question. I understand both sides of that.
And Mr. Kirsch, because I'm not really understanding, was 213 not in the EIS?
No, it is included in the EIS,
so
definitely.
When they're not getting notification, it's the one house along 213 that runs north-south. You're saying they didn't have notification? No.
Chair Sieben, there's some expanded area, and I don't know who all the landowners are right along those expanded areas.
It would be sorry to interrupt you,
I was trying
but
to understand what he was.
How I processed, Commissioner Tuma, your conversation with Mr. Potter and Mr. Mertz was like, you were like, well, let's see if we can work this out to be even better than 213. And my way of thinking about that, that's where the company and the department, I think, raised the point, well, there's a process here. And I mean, we're like at this, I think we're at this point where, I mean, I feel like when I hear the arguments for 213, it makes me feel actually like, yes, that's the right adjustment to make is 213. But doing something like 213 plus or 213 alternate, I don't feel comfortable with that. So I feel comfortable with 213 off of the EERA Xcel Blue, but doing something that is outside of that, that gives me some discomfort because of, you know, the potential knock-on effects of that. And what I've heard, Mr. Mertens and Mr. Potter, what I've heard you say is that, and I do deeply appreciate you saying we want to work with you, and my feeling is like, well, 213 works with you, right? Like if we do 213, that's the least impact to you and your operations. That addresses the the DNR and the wildlife issues around there, and that's the way that I'm thinking about this. But Commissioner Tuma,
Let me help you out, Commissioner Sullivan. When you look at this route, okay, every one of those landowners that is in that checkered boxed area would have already gotten notice. They already know what's happening. Mr. Martins owns the property to the east of Mr. Lieb, who could be severely affected because we're trying to help out him. And he's just saying, look, if I could possibly help out Mr. Lieb because I'm basically dumping it on him, I'm willing to do that. Very Minnesotan of him, okay? I'm not saying that it's going to have, because I would say if the property owner to the north or the property owner to the east disagree, I don't think Xcel is going to move it. I just want to give them the space to do that. And Xcel can do that right now, okay, without me doing this, by doing a route alteration after they work with this landowner. I'm just making it easier to happen.
can I ask a question though? Like the way that, Xcel will give notice will be a blunt instrument. It's not going to be some kind of scalpel. It's going to be a blunt instrument. And don't we run the risk of people who think that they are out now being like, what do you mean? You dragged me back in? I thought I was out.
No one's going to be out, because we're going to give them 213. They're going to have 213. That's the route, okay? And if they can't get agreement with those landowners, then it stays 213, okay? But if for some reason they feel like they want to help out Mr. Lieb, they can move the route onto his field lines. If that can work it out with Mr. Palmer doesn't object, okay, then they could do that without ever having to come back to us for a route alteration. That's why we've done it this is why we've done this. This is why it just blows my mind that all of a sudden become the process protectors of the world. Mr. Langdon, we've done this in so many other projects. Okay? Apparently your attorney doesn't want you to talk, but I'm looking at this. I don't know why you're sitting up here. I'm looking at this going, this is exactly what landowner guys do so well. And I'm giving you the freedom to do it. This is what's perplexing me.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a very specific question. What property are we talking about with respect to Mr. Lieb? Can someone point or explain on the map? I know we don't have a pointer.
So, Madam Chair, if you see the first 213 on the right, okay, there's a road there. I think it's Kenwood Avenue, if I remember right. Mr. Potter, you can correct me, or Mr.
Yes,
Mertaz.
I see Kenwood. Thank you.
It's that piece of property right there, presently occupied.
And so, Madam Chair, if I can continue, the purpose of expanding this is to be able to take that north-south line and shift it in either direction in a way that helps Mr. Lieb and Mr. Potter and Mr. Mertson. This may include, if it goes west, is that right? Then it would be on your property, Mr. Mertson, is that correct?
East, actually.
East, okay.
If it went straight east, that's my property line.
Okay,
Like, nobody's going to object, even our neighbors, if they stay on a line fence. Everybody has, 4 or 5 feet of a line fence, so it really doesn't affect a farmer if they stay on a line fence.
Madam Chair, if I may, Mr. Mertson, is 213 on the line fence where it's drawn along Kenwood Avenue?
This is Kenwood, yeah. But we're trying to avoid Mr. Liebel's house there.
Yeah.
So if we took 213 and just kept going east, that's my quarter right there. If we kept going east along the line fence, we would avoid Mr. Liebel.
Okay.
And I can't know what's the other guy's name? The one that's fixing up that abandoned house, we would avoid their houses.
Okay. Madam Chair,
I'm willing to do that, because if we can adopt 213, avoid all these houses, hey, I'm willing to give go down a line fence on mine. I am
Great.
fine with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mertens. I'm so sorry. We have so many names today. Thank you, Mr. Mertens. So I think all the commissioners here have reflected to you that we do support 213 and appreciate you bringing that into the record. I think we've heard some concerns around expanding the width in the way that has been proposed, but it sounds to me like there's actually just a very narrow issue here around this one particular property. Could we, I'm just going to throw this out here, just expand the width along the north-south 213, consistent with what Mr. Mertens and I just discussed, so that that could go along the line fence if that is better for Mr. Lieb, and Mr. Mertens has already said he's totally fine with that. And then the rest of the expanded width we could get rid of, and that would avoid any implications for other landowners who may not be aware and fully notified about this. Could that be a path forward that everyone could feel good about? And can I just first hear from Mr. Potter and Mr. Mertens?
Okay, could you just repeat what you wanted to say?
Of course. So I think one of the issues that we're hearing here is that the company and the department feel like expanding the width along this full 213 could cause problems. And so I think what we're really trying to address is just Mr. Lieb's property to avoid his house. And so rather than expanding the width extensively, would it be acceptable to parties if we just expand the width along the line that runs north-south, right next to Mr. Lieb's property, consistent with that hatched box that would be just to the east, which is Mr. Mertens' property as I understand it. And then the rest of this hatched stuff we could get rid of and just keep the 213 line as it is otherwise. So you'd have flexibility right in front of Mr. Lieb's property. Otherwise, the line would be set along 213 as it's currently routed. Would that be, would that fix the problems for you all?
What I'm understanding, you want to go out to the east of Kenwood, what, a couple 100 feet or 200 feet? That would be in the middle of the field. If you would go 213 straight east, east is to the right, east just a half mile, and then back down a half mile, and you connect to the blue route. And that's what Todd is saying. It's okay with him because that's his quarter there. Quarter is 160 acres.
You misunderstood. That's what she's suggesting, Mr. Potter, is that all of that eastern hack says that would be. Okay. And I would think that along the fence line would be better than along the road, because along the road they got to go further out in your field because of the right of way. So so that's why I suggested. And now, Madam Chair and Commissioner Partridge, I agree with you, because I didn't know that abandoned house was now becoming occupied, and so now I don't feel that going to the west of Mr. Lieb's property, expanding it makes much sense. Okay. I would still like to expand it south of the WMA, just in case that landowner is open to that, because that would protect the WMA somewhat. But we just don't know. And again, that's a discussion they have with the landowner.
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I would make a proposal that we just isolate it to this one particular incident or situation right here along the north-south 213, consistent with what Mr. Mertens and Mr. Potter have talked about. Since we don't have that other landowner here and it's not included in the EIS, and because it is 1:30 and we have a lot to get through, that I would suggest perhaps that is a good path forward and a nice way to resolve this issue with Mr. Lieb's property and meet the needs of Mr. Mertens and Mr. Potter and move forward.
I don't want to set the precedent, Commissioner Partridge, just to be clear, that people have to show up, okay? Sure. I don't know what this landowner is going to do. It is unclear to me what they're going to do. It makes 213 to me more palatable to at least see if we can avoid the WMA, and that's a conversation I expect Mr. Langdon to have, not us. And I expect, and I don't think that there is a discussion or a decision at all made with these two gentlemen right now. They're suggesting some things. That's a separate discussion that happens with the applicant. And so just because they show up should not be a reason we do something. And I still think there's a good reason to at least explore avoiding the WMA. So, sorry. I think Mr. Potter wants to say something.
Mr. Potter?
Yes, going back to that one landowner, you don't know how he would take it over there by the wildlife management area. I do know, I've been farming his land 1, 2, 3 pieces, 4 pieces for last 20-some years. I know Steve very well. I've been down to his place. I haul hay down there by Vesley. So I do know him very well.
Ms. Agramonte or Mr. Langdon, is the route or is the path that Commissioner Partridge, in the interest of like trying to move ahead, is that at least better than Commissioner Tuma's full expanded route width, or what are you still asking the commission just to approve 213?
Chair Seaman, first of all, I missed in all of my comments that the company does not oppose 213. So let me just start there. We've only been talking about the expanded route widths. And if, from my process consideration, I think the landowner who wasn't noticed is at the corner of, I don't have numbers on here, but it's in the far right corner. So if I were to use
a yellow dot in the far right corner, or what?
There's 2 parcel lines. There's like a, oh, you're showing your map. Oh, I got to show your map. So it's in the far right-hand top northeast corner is where we've identified a landowner who didn't receive initial notice.
Is there a yellow dot? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's just the hash mark, and it goes across a property line. So when you go to the east, somebody who had a hand on the map. If you go to the east where the hash mark is, it dips into a new landowner's property. That was the process concerned with respect to notification. If you expand the route width east and west on both of these areas to landowners who were already notified, that addresses that. And I do appreciate Mr. Kirsch's comment in terms of in isolated areas where you expand a bit, you may have that environmental data before you. So this is less concerning. I guess that would be what I could say. And
the landowner doesn't agree. If that landowner doesn't agree, it doesn't happen. That landowner has to agree in the corner. If he doesn't agree, it doesn't go there. It's simple as that.
Chair Seaman, Commissioner Tuma, I also want to say that I want to give Mr. Langen an opportunity to speak if he wants to speak, because that was not my intention to not permit that.
Mr. Langdon, do you support a wider width, and if so, in what area only? Or whatever else you want to provide? I'm just trying to move forward here and make a decision.
Understood, Chair Seaman. Thank you very much. We do support Commissioner Partridge's option here. And we will work with the landowners in this area to find the least impactful route.
And then, Commissioner Tuma, do you understand what that would mean to your motion? Or do we need time to take a break?
No, I understand exactly what it is. Just my concern is why wouldn't you want to move a little further from the WA? The whole reason you were suggesting the original blue route instead of 213 was to avoid the WMA. It was a decision of environment versus landowner. I'm trying to have it both ways. I'm trying to maybe have a chance to avoid landowners and environment. So what's the objection now?
Mr. Landon.
Yeah. Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, it's not just the WMA in that area. It's the riparian area surrounding the Redwood River. It is conservation easements in that area, and it's the cross-country nature of the alignment that is not following a road, a developed road right-of-way. But to be clear, we have filed as these Mr. Mertens and all the landowners along the roadway showed up to the public hearing in Redwood Falls, made compelling arguments as to why 213 was the less impactful route. In our post-hearing brief, I think was the filing that we made, we acknowledged that we would not object to route alternative 213. I think the discussion really has been around the expanded route width here today and not our objection to route 213.
And that's my question, though. Again, the expanded route width would follow property lines. It could, if the landowner agrees to it. If the landowner wants to put it right in the middle of his field, it could do that and would avoid being near the WMA. The very first reason why you did the blue route, okay? And so I'm just flabbergasted why we wouldn't want to just at least talk to those two landowners. There's two of them there. There's one on the other side of the Redwood River. And just see, I know what the chances are, okay? It's not Joe Mauer's batting average. It's closer to Tim Laudner's, if you're a baseball fan, of that this is actually going to happen, okay? It's probably unlikely he's going to agree to it, but at least a conversation doesn't hurt anybody. Who knows? Maybe this guy likes to hunt deer down where you're going to put a post between the WMA and the river. I don't know that, okay? You don't know that unless you converse with him. And I'll hear about it because he lives near Vesely. My goodness, and he's gonna catch me at the next church festival and say, "What were you doing, you stupid bohunk?" So I just want you to have a conversation with him. If it doesn't work, you got 213. This is what we've done this so many times. I'm just.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I understand the concept of flexibility in the area, and we do, propose route widths for that very flexibility. Right now, we believe, especially in that area, because it's not just the wildlife management area, and we do not have any objections from DNR on what our alignment is proposed for 213. However, that crossing of the Redwood River, that location is really important, right?
That's why I tell you to consult with Bowser and DNR and the local townships to make sure this is all okay. This is normal stuff. I don't know why you're so opposed to just having conversation with land. I don't know what's the best route. I'm not picking the best route. I just want to give this landowner a chance to say, you know what, I hunt deer down by the river there. I would rather have it on the other side.
Okay, and Commissioner Tuma, I think we appreciate that, your perspective. What I would ask is, we're going to take a break at some point. I assume the motion, I don't know if there's a motion, there needs to be some refinement to a wider route width for 213 at that corner that we discussed.
I have some language,
And
Madam Chair, so
then-
it'll take a minute to do.
But, so you or Commissioner Partridge can amend that. I'm not supporting an expanded route width in all of 213.
Right.
And so,
We can break it up. It's easy to break up. I can do it. Mr. Blodger can get it on the screen real quick too, so.
okay,
It's just
then
my
let's
10B
move
when
on
you
to
get a
the
chance.
next issue off of 213, if we're at that point, or other discussions.
I don't know
Or-
how you want to do it, Madam Chair, if you want to vote on items as we discuss them, or you want to.
Madam Chair, may I make a request, I guess? Could we vote on this so that we know that this is done?
Sure.
And we don't
then
forget or have to rediscuss it?
Okay, then Commissioner Tuma, can you put forward the language you have that
So
you
I
said?
would move Tuma decision alternative 10B, and we'll vote on A first, which is the Partridge recommendation to go to the east, that Mr. Mertens was okay with at least discussing with Xcel, and there's other neighbors whether it's okay. So that's 10B, just A.
And first, I'm going to ask the parties if they understand the motion and what it would mean for the route implication selection. But Mr. Blodgett, as our order writer, do you understand the motion?
I believe so. It's just, is it?
Can you highlight the language that it is?
So just
No.
A.
So not the preceding paragraph?
Oh, yeah, the preceding paragraph,
Okay.
you need
Yes,
that too.
then it is cleared. Yes.
Can you highlight that so everyone online knows? Or no? So we're just moving the highlighted language. Commissioner Tuma?
That is correct. Well, gets highlighted.
Scott and I are sharing screen sharing duties, so I can try to share and highlight it.
And then we'll just make sure that once it's highlighted that Mr. Kirsch understands it, and we've eliminated some of the concerns he expressed about notification, I would assume, by narrowing the route width expansion. And then, sorry, whoever's showing that language, I thought it was also including the top part of 10. Is it, Commissioner Tuma?
It would have to, because it explains what you're doing. It tells them to work with the landowners and the DNR. And
But we're not. Okay.
This is normal. We've done
This
this so
is
many
normal
times.
that you, right. Okay, so I know you understand it, but I'm not sure everybody else does, so that's why I'm going slow. So, Mr. Kirsch, do you have any concerns with this decision option and the
Chair
narrowed?
Sieben, I don't have any concerns. I understand the motion.
And Xcel?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma's proposal here, it does seem to be overbroad given the breadth of A, but we have no objection to consulting again with these agencies about the appropriate routing in this area.
When you say it's overly broad, do you mean the route is overly broad, or the language is now asking you to consult with Bowser, for example, when we're not changing that, like,
Chair
further the
Sieben, yes,
western side?
I believe that the area that we're talking about would not necessarily be an area where these agencies would have an interest, but we're happy to reach out to them.
Madam Chair, we'll decide that when we're not following the process, and then when I ask them to follow a process to actually talk to the agencies that do it, they don't want to do it. So
Well, I don't think Commissioner Partridge is expanding the access in the area of Bowser, and that's why I think what Ms. Agramonte is saying.
But I don't know that, and so that's why I was asking them to just be consulted so that they can say, oh yeah, we don't have a problem with it.
Commissioner Partridge, did you have a suggestion, or did you want to vote?
Yes, I think this looks fine, and you can consult, and if it doesn't affect any of these agencies, they can give you a thumbs up. And so I would vote yes on this motion, and thank you, Mr. Potter and Mr. Mertens, for being here and for helping us work through this, and I hope that this route works for you and your community. Thank you.
Good point of Mr. Mertens and Mr. Potter. Do you understand the motion here? And I hope that your understanding, we're really trying to make it work for you.
Yes, we understand. We understand. We want to work. Just come on out here and we'll show you around. That's all.
Commissioner Tuma will take you up on that again, I'm sure. But
that'd be great. That'd
I
be
wish
fine.
I could have coffee with you.
Okay.
Yep. No
Great.
problem.
So the yellow language on the screen is what we're voting on right now. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails.
Now, Madam Chair, I would move C separately just because I know that Commissioner Partridge didn't like it, but
What is C?
C is the part over by the WMA.
That would be an expanded route width there. And Commissioner Partridge, I assume you don't support that based on what Commissioner Tuma just said, but
I don't think it's necessary. I'm going to vote no on that, but I appreciate the idea. I just think that it's it's been studied and we need to move forward, and 213 has a complete EIS, and I'm comfortable with that.
Any other discussion of Commissioner Tuma's motion? All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The motion prevails. Commissioner Tuma?
Next, Madam Chair, let's go to the 212 route. And Scott, I think you had the maps for 212, if I remember correctly. Maybe Mr. Langdon will agree with me on this one here, since they proposed it. And it's a close call. Actually closer than the one we just did. So, Madam Chair, alternative 212 was proposed by a farmer. If you could go to the next map, Scott or James. So if you look on this map, the lower B4, okay, is a farmstead right on the B route, okay? And if you could go to the next map, the northern map, and then there's a farmstead over on the, by the B4 on the right, okay, over by County Road 7 there, that this route, the blue route would go in front of his property and that other farm on it. And this is a classic example of quantitative versus qualitative impacts on landowners. And if you know anything about Minnesota property, farmsteads out there, and Mr. Greenstead probably can confirm this, that most windrows are to the north and to the west of people's houses. And so most farmers tend to look to the east, to the sunrise, and to the south. And so when you have a house out in the country and you put a power line anywhere to the east or to the south, it's going to impact that landowner more than somebody to the west or to the north. And so you can see the blue route will impact significantly, very close to that property on the county road there. Then it goes down, and when it turns south, it's not following a road there. And you go down to now go to the middle map again. So now it's following a ditch, okay, a county ditch, a waterway, and basically a man-made creek. And as it goes down, it will now pass by this gentleman's house on Mr. Tubbs, I think, or Tubes or something like that, if I remember Mr. Langdon. We'll pass to his house on the east. And again, just like I said, he is now going to be looking right at that power line. And it's going along a property line, but he put in the record that he's actually farms those fields and it will be cutting through his fields in that neighborhood. So even though it's going on a property line, he is severely impacted by it going through his fields. He recommended, so this landowner in the middle here, recommended we continue to go down County Road 7. That's the 212 route. So go to the top if you could again, to the north part of it. That would be the bottom map. He recommended going at 212, so you see where it says 7, he would split and go south of there. The first two landowners impacted have further away on their driveways, okay? The one on the west obviously would see the line on his property, but it's on the other side of the road. So there's two properties there. Go to the middle one, if you could now next. Then it affects one property. Again, that though has a property on the east of the line, so he's behind his fence row, and so he's not going to see it as much. That cluster of houses and buildings just to the south of there is not a homesteaded residence. And then go the next one to the south. And then what I'm recommending in my decision option was that we would cross the road here to the south of Highway 68 on a right-of-way and stay on the south side. It's less impactful to the landowner on the south because he has his windrow to block him. But there is one landowner that would be probably more impacted a little bit on 212, which is to the north of 68. And that's why I suggested we cross over, have the alignment start south of County Road, or State Highway 68. And then it goes from there and whether they cross over. And so there are 5 residents that would be along 212 that I think are less impacted than the 2 residents on the original blow route. The applicant recommended 212 as their preferred route, as part of their preferred route, but it wasn't the preferred route of the department. And so when I suggested we move to 9E, it would exclude this recommended alignment. And I agree with the applicant on this one that it's such a qualitative impact on that property in the middle that, and it also goes through fields and by a ditch, which makes it more difficult to construct. I think that route is superior, not by much, but I think it is better than the blue route. So I think 212 just as, even though it does impact some more houses, all of who have been notified, and was the preferred route, I just think that is the better route through this area, Madam Chair. And so that I would move to add 212.
Who, does anybody, Xcel, do we know what your position is on this? Was it in your late filed decision options? Do you support it?
Commissioner, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, we do support the original preferred route, Xcel's preferred route through here.
And so Commissioner Tuma just said a lot of reasons why you shouldn't support that. Tell us briefly why you support, why you're.
No, I actually support 212.
Sorry, what, are you opposed to Commissioner Tuma's motion?
Chair Sieben, sorry, I didn't mean to be confusing. We would support 212.
Okay.
Tuma's 212.
And that's crossing the road.
Tuma's 212 and crossing the road within inside the route width. Yeah.
And does anyone, Mr. Kirsch, you don't have an objection to this?
Chair Sieben, I have no objection.
Anybody want to weigh in online? Who cares about this? I don't see anything. So Commissioner Tuma makes that motion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, the motion prevails. Commissioner Tuma.
And Madam Chair, the next route difference is 237.
And before we hear your long explanation, do we know if anyone is opposed to it?
I can tell you that.
I think you've hit the limit, dude.
I've been trying, you guys. You keep pushing back. Just do what I ask, and it'll solve the problem. No. 237. I don't know if you can get the map up, Scott. And I'll try to keep it short.
Even Commissioner Tuma, are those the you use the irrigation maps?
So the last map on that one.
Got it. Thank you.
And so just to give you a context, Madam Chair, the DNR supports 237. The applicant is okay with 239, but still proposes their blue route. And I'm suggesting that we adopt decision option 237. It avoids 5 houses. It crosses on the field line all the way from the very top of this map. It follows field lines all the way down to it re-engages the blue route. There are irrigation systems there, but none of the irrigation systems sweeps would cross the route, okay? So they can easily, with 1,000-foot spans, work their way between these routes, and they would avoid cutting down several mature trees under the blue route, and they would avoid going in the backyard of 3 residents and the very bottom of the route. And this route, to me, has less impact because of 5 less houses that would be impacted, and it should be easily able to move through these irrigated fields because it follows property lines and fence lines the whole way.
And Commissioner Tuma, the modified blue route is what we're working off of, and you're supporting what portion of this that would change?
So 237, so if you see on the very top,
All
Madam
of
Chair,
237?
It goes to the west and then goes straight down to re-engage with the blue line. So all of 237, not the one that continues going west, it just goes over one and straight down. All along fence lines, doesn't cross any irrigation. I have a whole bunch of maps on irrigation why this should work, but you guys have reached your limit, so I'm not going to show you all the irrigation maps.
And this is the landowner, Mr. Pierscala, that you were
Yes,
working with
Mr.,
to accommodate his
Pierscala,
concern?
Mr. Pierscala, who lives in the property.
And wanted to avoid that forested area in the bottom right?
Yep, he's the beekeeper, I think, runs right in his backyard. So you see that yellow dot in the lower, on the lower right, that's the line literally goes by the side of his house, cuts down some big trees and goes in his backyard.
Seems like a good idea to avoid cutting down big trees and helping this beekeeper out, but Xcel, I'm not sure if you have an opinion on this.
So, Chair Sieben and Commissioner Tuma, thank you for the suggestion and opportunity to speak about this alternative. There are a lot of center pivot irrigators throughout that whole area and really through the northern part of this project.
I'll bring all the maps out.
And were we to be able to route and avoid those so that those center pivot irrigators could all completely operate and we could be on that that alignment, that could be acceptable to us. What we didn't want to do is to propose a route through an area with multiple landowners and affect multiple center pivot irrigators. So to the extent that this could avoid those, we'd be willing.
So go up one map and you'll see it does. I mean, I actually looked at it. I think the next map shows it. You see all the sweeps are going alongside the route. There's nowhere that you go directly through. And again, you got 1,000 foot. I got some other maps back where you do cross even further into the sweeps over by the Mississippi River. And so these impacts that are no different are actually even better than some of the sweeps that you did on the Mississippi River area. So there's not a single one of these that would not be able to operate with your 1,000 foot spans. And that's what I saw, and that's what I see with this map. And so, and to avoid 5 houses, I think is worth working with the landowners to figure it out.
Mr. Langen?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I agree. If we can avoid some houses, that would be a good result. We, I guess, will not oppose Route 237. Hopefully, we're right about the positions of those irrigators.
I think you'll be able to work out with the farmers. Again, it's all on property lines. I checked. It's all different property owners on each side, so it's not like a farmer who is. And it's all fence lines the whole way. So,
Commissioner Tuma, what if Xcel's right and it does impact those and you're wrong?
Don't go there. I'll show you a lot of maps why I'm right, but you can go there if you want. I think just follow Xcel in this one, Joe. I think that's it. You can. I mean, I'll show you the maps.
You were
if
just
want.
mansplained.
I know.
Sullivan. I know the feeling, and I not explicitly with you, Commissioner Tuma. I think, like, in the interest of moving forward, we should probably just go with what Commissioner Tuma is suggesting here, because I mean, maybe the irrigation maps are wrong. I think it was what you're saying, and it will cost a lot more, I think, is what Xcel is potentially saying. But who filed the irrigation maps too? Xcel? Or how?
It's in the EIS.
In the EIS? So I guess we have to assume they're right, Commissioner Tuma?
Okay.
I mean,
No, I get it.
I also like avoiding that forested area that
Totally.
Commissioner Tuma pointed out.
Completely completely agree.
Sorry, Joe.
It's okay. I just,
All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, which is what, Commissioner Tuma? To adopt
237.
237. Please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails. Commissioner Tuma?
Madam Chair, the last two are the St. Augusta route width and Minnesota River route width. So why don't we do with 10A? We can get the 10A map up. This would be south of Mr. Greenslith, where he lives there.
Ten A is your decision option you'd move?
10A would be the
Is
one.
Is it the amended one or is there only one?
There's only one.
This
That's is St. Augusta 10A? I was, sorry, 10C maybe is what I was going to suggest.
10A.
This is 10A? But that's the St. Augusta. I was going to do the Minnesota River first. That's the more difficult one.
10C?
10C, yep. My apologies.
But did you take out any parts of 10C?
I did not.
So 10C, when I looked at it and talked about it with staff, includes the language at the bottom about the conservation easement. You're gonna,
Yeah, so I haven't taken anything out yet, Madam Chair. I can tell you what I'm trying to do first, and then we can talk about the specific language if you want.
well, why don't you describe your decision option, and then I'll tell you later why I don't like it.
That's okay. We can talk
Parts of
about
it.
So, Madam Chair, as you know, the EIS, I think, was adequate, but I have to say that it was a very big challenge in this neighborhood because there were a lot of easements that were coming and going on the maps, okay, that were there. There was tribal land, tribal artifact concerns that were not on the maps, okay? And I have a lot of concerns. Mr. Mark Hogan, who is a landowner, that I thought he did a very good analysis of what was going wrong, and it's a lot of his land it's going to cross. And he was suggesting a somewhat wider route width. The Lower Sioux community was wanting to make sure it moves out of that area that has potential impact on burial areas. And so in seeing that, and also Mr. Juicewith, I think is how you say his name, had some concerns about continuing to run the route along the Wabasha Creek. He owns the land on the very far south west corner of this expanded route width. We already have an expanded route width around AA1 that allows us to move it somewhere in between those fields. And so if we move it all the way to the north, I wanted to give him a wide enough route width so that if they wanted to move the line to the north and go down Porter Avenue, they could do that. And so, again, this requires you to discuss with people. It requires you to move it further away from important areas like Wabasha Creek or tribal areas or different areas in the river. And I asked you a whole bunch of questions about towers and rerouting and co-locating, just trying to get a better understanding what's going on, okay? And I want the tribal community and the neighbors to sit down with you, and they still had some concerns. I read Mr. Hogan's. I won't read it because I'm wearing everybody out here. But I read what Mr. Hogan has to say. I don't know if you know Mr. Hogan, Mr. Greenslith, but he's a pretty sharp character. And he felt like Bowser wasn't consulted. At least the local Bowser folks weren't consulted. That's what he's telling me in the record. And he has some concerns with this route. Now, his concerns move it into one of the neighbors' property, and I don't know what that neighbor wants to do. That's why I said the stuff on the, if the guy wants to sell you the farm, let's buy it. This is a critical area. And here's my thing on this whole route. I thought we were going to go the purple route. Perfectly honest with you, I thought it was going to be the purple route. And the crossing of the Minnesota River on the purple route would have been a slam dunk, okay? That area north and west of Granite Falls, we would have easily found a route along an existing route. We might have had to buy one guy out or something, but it was going to be not a lot of environmental impacts. But I absolutely agree with Mr. Langdon. I actually went and closely looked at A, B, and C, the residential impacts along that line, and I weighed them. I said what was, we're really close. I gave it a higher rating, somewhere in the middle, a little less rating, and those that are just on the edge of the route width, a lower rating. And when I calculated it out, okay, A, B, and C, the segments A, B, and C in this area, okay, it's a 40% less impact on residents along the blue route. And so, right on, okay, smart move. You all made a right move, but it gave us this problem because that is environment. I'll tell you why, Madam Chair. You know Senator Dennis Frederickson. Good friend of mine. I worked with him a lot. He's a great guy. And he was the biggest champion for Cedar Mountain. You know where Cedar Mountain is, don't you, Mr. Greenslet? It's not much of a mountain. It looks a little cool from the river, okay? But it is this area. It's a beautiful area. It has tribal significance, great bird watching. And this is a tough one. And I'll get emotional because I love Danny Frederickson. He's a good friend of mine. And I'm crossing all those WMAs in there. That was his doing, okay? He's the one that fought for all the money for those CRPs, okay? And it's hard for me to see what Mr. Porter has to say and to move through this route without having a conversation with Bowser, with the neighbors, and without the tribal community. They may have a better route through there. I'm not talking miles away. I'm just talking have a conversation. Like I said, it's more Tim Laudner's batting average than Joe Mauer's batting average that you'll succeed. But there's so many impacts. When you look at the maps, the conservation, the final maps, the conservation reserve enhancement programs I busted my butt for 15 years at the legislature to try to get passed, you're going through it. And it's hard for me to do that. I assumed it was going to be that purple route. I buy your blue route, but I just hope that you'll be willing to go and have that conversation with these landowners.
And Commissioner Tuma, before, just because I want to make sure I'm understanding, we already selected what's on here as the AA1, correct?
Correct.
And your proposal would add like this potential, if everyone thinks it's a good idea, to look at that segment in the southeast corner.
That is correct,
southwest corner of the map.
If you want to remove the language on the easements, I have no problem with that.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, because your explanation helps me understand what I thought. Okay, anyway, Ms. Agramonte.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I want to tee up and then turn to Matt. This was a tremendously difficult area, and Mr. Langen probably identified it in one of the first few meetings he had with his environmental consultant. And the consultations that Commissioner Toomer is asking to have occurred, and we've had a more than 1 year long routing process to gather more input. So our position is that we believe we have found the best route in this area, taking tribal concerns, Bowser concerns, and landowner concerns into account, as well as environmental impacts. But I'm now going to turn it to Mr. Langen to talk in more detail about that coordination that's taken place.
Thank you, Lisa, and Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma. I agree. This is a special area, absolutely. And actually, up and down the Minnesota River Valley is a special area. No matter where you go, you are going to find a wetland reserve program parcel. You're going to find a calcareous fen. You are going to find rim, and CREP easements. What we did here is that we identified first a existing crossing of the river where there is a transmission line crossing at this location. And
Is that at the spot, sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Langen, just to make sure, on the, where their B4 number is, or doesn't, where they're circling there?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay.
So as that line runs north and south across the river, there's an existing transmission line crossing at that location. Our proposed alignment would be just east of that existing transmission line crossing of the river valley. And that would also allow us to share some right-of-way with that existing transmission line, effectively reducing the amount of new right-of-way through the Wild and Scenic River District of the Minnesota River, which is this designation here. Once we identified this amongst many other potential crossing locations, we went out and met on multiple occasions with the Lower Sioux Indian community, where we know that this is a very important area to their community. We have met with Bowser because there will be a necessary crossing of an easement. What we have learned, what we will need to prove to Bowser is that, no matter where we move, we're going to affect a conservation easement in this area. But that conservation easement that exists now took into account the existing transmission line on that easement, and this alignment has less of an impact than if we move anywhere east, which is a larger parcel occupied by CREP and RIM easements. So this was intended to reduce, to the extent possible, if we need to cross the Minnesota River, which we do with this project, this is the least impactful part. Those conversations also included DNR, Renville County, Redwood County, and all the stakeholders in the area. I acknowledge the comments from Mr. Hogan. We've seen those as well, Commissioner Tuma. But in terms of natural resource impacts, minimizing the impacts, we have found this to be the best crossing. So we would not propose to amend this crossing to relocate the alignment anywhere beside following that existing transmission line and minimizing impacts.
But that, my concern is not just the easements. The tribal community has indicated, at least to us, it seems like in the record that I saw, that angle that it turns there and starts going to the west is problematic, and they don't know exactly how problematic it is. Now, I know there are going to be people out there, okay, looking at this, and I don't know what you're going to find. And again, by giving you the expanded route width, my guess it's going to be your route, okay? By giving expanded route width, it creates that flexibility. And the tribe was indicating, and Mr. Hogan was indicating, they felt, and I no offense to you, Mr. Langdon, I trust Mr. Hogan a little better, because I tell you that there's several times when I was reading his analysis, I had to go back and see if he was stealing it from, like cutting and pasting it from the EIS, because it was so well written and so well reasoned, okay? So I don't expect it to move off that line, but he's the one that suggested continuing the green suggestion of going down 220 and keep going straight down south of there. I don't know why. I don't know if it's better, but maybe the tribal community would be more desirous of that, okay? Even though it might cut through more land, but I don't know that. And that's why when you start getting close to that turn, that's that tribal impact that I'm concerned about. They may like it a little further away, even though it's two routes. I don't know. They might like taller towers. I don't know. But that's the conversation they haven't had, and I would hope that you'd be willing to have. Now, I see that yellow dot there right at the turn, and that's going to cause a problem. The Johnsons, I believe, is the name of the residents that live there. That's a problem. So my guess is, again, it's going to be Tim Laudner's batting average on a batting slump is we're going to be moving off of this. But at least the conversation is had. Mr. Hogan and the tribal community, they're very knowledgeable. They might have some more refinements than what you've had to this point. I know you've done a good job, and I get that. I'm not trying to bash on you. But I read Mr. Hogan, and Mr. Hogan seems to be rational. It doesn't seem to be a conspiracy theorist. He's not filing any petitioning to the Magna Carta or anything. He's saying, here's what's going on. I got the green list nodding behind you if you don't realize that, so it's probably working against you right now. but give me some space in there and just talk to people. We got the route, okay? You get the route, but just have a second. I'm sure the tribe would actually appreciate that additional consultation. I would be surprised if they didn't. So there's my bloviation for the day, Madam Chair. I would like to move this decision option, but
Do we know what Mr. Kirsch feels about this decision option, Mr. Kirsch? We do?
we don't.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Toomer, I do not have any objection to the expanded route width. The same sort of due process, concerns come up, but as Mr. Langen has just pointed out, it seems like most of the parties, if not all of them, have already been at the table. So that perhaps mitigates those concerns.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Steven. Just one question. You said there is a parallel line already existing in the river. Why aren't you trying to co-locate them?
Mr. Langen or Ms. Weller-Pitts?
Chair Steven, Commissioner Hum, I will take that one, and then Matt can expand if I've missed anything. We did address that in the comments that we filed in March in response to the notice of comment period. The issue with co-locating with that existing 69 line triple circuiting is that it does increase the chance of needing to take an outage because of maintenance issues. And where this line is going to be transferring 2,000 megawatts, it's a large load. It's a big reliability issue to need to take that line out of service. The other issue is specifically at the Minnesota River crossing, the triple circuiting structures may be taller, which is a concern.
So taller, the pole has a concern from the people seeing the line and the pole very visible along the riverway?
Chair Steven, Commissioner Hom, it's an aesthetic, but potentially also a wildlife issue, avian impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hom, the decision option I want to point out, we did ask all those questions, and I say in my decision option, we would be okay with the extra expense for co-locating or triple locating on that line. And we would also be willing to say, and it'll be a wider swath, to do the lower H structures through the river if the view shed is more important to the tribal community and the neighbors, to have a lower one, but they're willing to impact more ground. And so that was something I left open for discussion and say, I think it was $600,000, or it was the cost for the H structures versus the present structures. And I said, hey, we're fine with that if the landowners would rather have, or the tribe would rather have, a lower structure for the view shed. If it were my call, I would pick the lower structures, but I don't own the land underneath it. I'm the guy who likes to go bird watching in the neighborhood, so I like the lower expanse. But it's not me. I'm not trying to create a me situation here. I'm trying to say, let's give all three options to the landowners, the existing structures, the lower structures, and the taller structures, and say, you tell us what works best for you. So there could be a co-location and on the same structures with my decision option. But again, Xcel, working with the local communities, would make that decision. And I trust them. I trust them to do the right thing, talking to the tribes. So that's why I did the decision option and asked all those annoying questions about locating the structures to try to impact the folks a little less.
So what would your motion is all of this?
Yeah.
10C. And Commissioner Partridge?
Thank you. Chair Steven, sorry, I turned my mic off. Chair Steven, thank you. I have a question on this particular decision option. It says, the permittee shall also address and consider possible triple circuiting or lower H-frame structures if there's consensus that doing so will mitigate impacts. But am I in the right decision option? Yes, okay, sorry, okay, so my question here is that the applicant just said that co-locating could result in outages. Does the consensus include the applicant here or the permittee? Okay, so they have to say, yes, this would be Good, okay. Just clarifying. Thank you.
I asked him if it was technically feasible. It is technically feasible, is my understanding, but it does expand the outage potential. Not that it's not technically feasible. Sometimes it's not technically feasible. We can't co-locate a DC line on a AC line, things like that. But it is technically feasible, but it would reduce the liability. So my guess is that it probably won't happen.
Okay.
But the conversation is with the tribal community and the neighbors, I think, is worth having because it's such a significant area.
And for Xcel, the last paragraph of Commissioner Tuma's decision option talks about if there is an impact to someone's conservation easement, doesn't existing law already require you to compensate someone? And so what would this additional language do? Is it duplicative and it doesn't have an impact, or is there more there than I?
Chair Stephen, thank you for the question. Yes, the condemnor will pay the contract losses for a conservation easement that has to be amended or extinguished. And I know we had a fairly lengthy conversation about condemnation and the PUC versus the courts. And this is an area where the courts would decide what compensation is due. And if the commission were to start directing payments to landowners for compensation, in my view, that starts getting into real estate acquisition.
No, I understand that, but is this, that it seems to me that this last paragraph is just kind of like reaffirming what is already the law. And so is it problematic to include? You're saying what? It's fine?
Chair Stephen, yes, I believe it's duplicative. And yes, I would have concern with putting it in because it's a commission direction to the applicant or the permittee in this instance about what it pays landowners for its land rights. And so I think it crosses the line into post-permit real estate acquisition.
Madam Chair, I'll move decision option 10C and remove the last three paragraphs, which is includes the language as you talked about. I also have language in there about.
Wait, 3 paragraphs. Oh, I forgot the back. Great. The last 3 paragraphs, starting with where it's the permittee is required to compensate. Okay.
But I think they get the message that I think it is prudent that they help these landowners move if that's what they choose to do. Prudency is in my jurisdiction.
So Commissioner Tuma deletes the last 3 paragraphs, and then I know Commissioner Partridge already asked this, or a different version, and Commissioner Hahn, but on the possible triple circuiting, could you consider removing that too, Commissioner Tuma? And the rationale is that that I'm thinking through is if they're going to triple circuit it and change the structure of the transmission towers, wouldn't that be a route modification that they'd have to file and would come to us?
No, we were saying that it's okay for them to do that. But I'm okay, Madam Chair, if you want to remove the triple circuiting, because I'm not a big fan of it. I would like to keep the H structures in there in case the tribal community wants to not have the view shed problem. But, so I would delete where it says.
I'm just trying to make it like more clear to the public what we're approving, and thinking that if there's a modification, then it would come, the applicant would have to bring it back to us. But maybe that doesn't accomplish it, so.
You know, again, I was just trying to keep flexibility for the communities in the area. I don't know, maybe the tribal community would want to have less structures. A triple circuiting would require less structures in total in the river, but a higher view shed. And so if the tribal community thought that was a better deal because they were concerned about what was on the land as opposed to what was up in the air, I was giving them that option.
And so it doesn't, if they would change this under your language, they don't have to come back. So Ms. Waller-Pitts or Ms. Agramonte, what's your, if we're gonna, you don't have a problem with this then, I guess, or you do? I mean, I know you don't like it all, but what about this?
Chair
Wouldn't come
Sieben,
back to us as a permanent amendment anyway, I guess, so maybe I'm asking a dumb question.
Chair Sieben, what I understand Commissioner Tuma to be attempting to do is one, require some additional route development and coordination in this area, and two, if there is a resultant change, that we wouldn't have to come back. So to the extent the commission passes the first objective, we support the flexibility as part of that.
Okay, that's helpful. So then you would unbold that.
Unbold that, yeah, keep the.
Keep the Commissioner Tuma language, right? And Commissioners, do you have any other comments on the overall 10C then, at Commissioner Tuma here? We're clear where the parties are on it. All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. Commissioner Tuma?
Finally, I think the last difficult one is 10A, and that is St. Augusta. And I hope that someone gets out there very quickly and talks to Herb and Luis and let them know what's going on. But Herb and Luis are being impacted, and I read, Mr. Langdon, in your SIR rebuttal, this is how I see it, you can tell me if it was any different, but in SIR rebuttal, your attorneys asked us, further coordination with the city of St. Augusta because of potential impacts to residential developments. Do you have a response? Okay. And you said yes. As stated, the route permit application, the blue generally avoids residential areas within the city and parallels parcel boundaries and field edges to the extent practicable. The main population center of St. Augusta is approximately 1.5 miles north of the blue route. The DICE indicates that its analysis is based upon the scoping comments submitted by the city council members. So city council members said, wait a minute, doesn't look very good. Here's the part I want you to listen to. Xcel is aware of the plans for residential development in the area of St. Augusta and designed the blue route alignments to avoid residential developments. Regardless, Xcel will continue to coordinate with the city as plans move forward, okay? And so I read that as a signal from you. Apparently, I miss my signals, okay? That maybe we should just expand the route width here to have a conversation with the city of Augusta and figure out if there's an alternative that might miss Herb and Luis or whatever. Now, I agree with your selection of the route. The blue route, I think, is the least impactful, but this is the most impacted area. Because when you went north on the Mississippi River, I started questioning your sanity, okay, that you should have crossed on the purple route next to that existing. But then when you take the leap over the freeway, or even just before you get to the freeway, lots of residential impacts, lots of environmental impacts. Purple falls apart really fast, okay? So when crossing that area of most impactful ex-urban development, okay, blue is better than purple. And going north on both of those routes makes sense, because when I first saw this route, I drew a line from the Sherco substation down to Gavin, and boy, you really would have been crossing some mess. So good call going north through those sand fields and crossing over, okay? But I'm reading this, and then I'm reading what Herb and Luis said and what the guy who owns the pool business, okay, said. And it seems to me it was like, let's have some more conversation. That's what I was hearing, okay? And I quibble only a little bit with your statement, because St. Augusta really is not one of those little center cities like, you know, it incorporated to defend itself from St. Cloud, because they knew St. Cloud was going to start buying or going to start annexing all their valuable property, which you mentioned up here, 1.5 miles to the north. But it really is an ex-urban community. The fire station is actually not far from your route, okay? And the Emerald Ponds development is their biggest development outside of that little, what you might call a center city. It's a Dollar General and a church, okay? And then a few houses around it, okay? And so that development is the biggest one, and you run along, right along the south of it, okay, right along the property line, but it would really destroy the next level of that development. I mean, it would make it difficult for them to sell those lots. And so I think that's what the city was saying. Maybe there was a better route. I got your map showing all the other houses in there. It's definitely a wall of houses that we have to get through, and I agree with you, it's the best route. I don't need the expanded route as big as this, okay? So if you tell me it's not going to change anything, I'll believe you. I might want a little bit more of an expanded route, but you just tell me. I mean, I'm reading what you said and thinking that meant more consultation, okay? I could be wrong.
Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, yes, I know staff is displaying the map that was filed with the decision option, but Commissioner Tuma, I think you referenced the map that we filed with our comments earlier this week that does show the parcels and the homes that exist in that area. And as you note, there's a lot going on there, right? And it's an alignment that I know that the routing development team spent a lot of time on. They looked at the zoning map for the city of St. Augusta. We're aware of the platted lots in that development and specifically put together an alignment that kind of threads the needle through that area. And I think, as you noted, right, we continue to believe that that is the best alignment in this area.
You know, that I agree with you. But what you say to the judge in rebuttal, well, don't worry about this, judge. We're still going to be working on it. When that was the best route, that's the part that when I see that language, regardless, Xcel will continue to coordinate with the city as plans move forward. That means to me that you're willing to move the route someplace else. And so it sets false expectations to the judge that, oh, don't worry about it, we got this covered, just go plow right through this ex-urban area. And you really never intended to. And that's what I think I'm hearing from the neighbors in the area when I read the comments. They feel like they weren't really given good notice. And all of a sudden this was like, you're kicking the tires, I think is what Luis said. And so I don't know what your land agents were telling them, but they should have been telling them, you're in the bullseye, not we're kicking the tires.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, I can't speak to the kicking the tires comment with respect to the testimony. Probably could have been more specific, but coordination includes a lot of things here. And certainly where we know that there's a residential development, the company would be coordinating with the city of Augusta to understand where their utilities are in the right of way and things along that line. I don't think there was an intent to suggest that the company would be modifying the preferred route in that area.
Mr. Langdon?
Yeah, and Commissioner Tuma, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, just to add, you know, we met with the city council early on before we ever even made the application. This alignment has been on a map since early 2023 and has been there every round. Again, this is when I say early 2023, those are the Xcel Energy hosted public open houses. So before we ever began any of the formal state review of this, so this has been available and you know, available for comment and review and for quite some time. And we believe that this is the least impactful route through this area. And that is from a residential standpoint, as well as all of the other impacts that, of course, we're concerned about with natural resource, cultural resource, land use. So we believe that this is the least impactful route.
So when you go talk, Madam Chair, when you go talk to Herb and Luis, you let them know Tuma busted his butt to try to find a different route to avoid them, okay? And that he wants to make sure you're taken care of, and you better go get legal counsel and understand what buy the farm is, okay? because they need that. I mean, that's the part that I break up when I saw, you could have told them they're going to be in better shape than if they would have sold it, you know? And so that's the part that breaks my heart. They shouldn't have been in all that fear over all that time. One suggestion I have, you could say no, and I'll be fine with it. I would like if you would be okay with 1,000 feet from the corner of Highway 7, okay, and the blue route there. So you see where Highway 7 and the blue route connect. And this is
No, I don't see
Highway
it yet.
7 and the blue route. So you can see where Highway 7 is. Go north of that Highway 7 sign, okay?
Can the
Can you get
cursor
that
circle it?
cursor over
My
there?
glasses are on, but sorry, it's small.
Yeah, enlarge it there, right? You can go down, right? So right there. So if you see the Highway 7, the County Highway 7 sign, okay? If you go north of there, then the route turns to the east, head towards the Mississippi River, okay? And again, this is, I know Miss Agramont, he's going to hate this because the first time she had to be in front of me, I moved a pole on her, and she was like going crazy, but that's okay. I hope you moved the pole. If we could do 1,000 feet from that corner to take in that property, because when you turn right there, okay, there's two properties that you got to go right through. You see them there? Really tight. And on top of it, there's a big distribution corner pole that sits right there. They underground it after that down County Road 7, which makes it easier for everybody, and you're able to make that alignment adjustment. Thank you for doing that to help that daycare out, okay? But at this point, if you could go behind the house that's in the southeast corner, okay, you save from having to do a whole bunch of messing around at that corner across the road. I don't know if it's going to work. You should get the route that you asked for here. But if that landowner is a back porch landowner, he probably doesn't want it. But if he's got enough tree blockage, he might rather have it in his backyard. And so are you okay with an expanded route width of about 1,000 feet right there?
Mr. Langen,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, yes, we would be okay with a 1,000-foot route expansion at that corner.
Commissioner Partridge amends Commissioner Tuma's decision option to say what, Commissioner Tuma?
That the 1,000-foot wide route width at the corner of the blue route and County Road 7. Expanded route width. So given the congestion in the area for viable alternative routes south of the appropriate route width in the area of the modified blue route in St. Augusta, it shall be expanded as follows, which would be 1,000 feet from the corner of the blue route in County Road 7.
Commissioner Partridge, does that sound like a motion you want to make? Or an
That
amendment?
definitely sounds like an amendment I'd like to make.
It's consistent with your earlier version, so that's where I came. Mr. Eck.
Chair, Commissioner Tuma. So it would be basically a triangle that fills out
Extra
that
1,000, yeah, an extra
1,000
1,000,
foot,
yeah.
that fills out that, okay.
And the
arguably
expanded route for the additional segments would not be included in your motion, Commissioner Tuma.
All the rest goes away.
And Mr. Blodgett, is that clear enough for you for what the amended language would be for a motion?
Yes, thank you.
All in favor of Commissioner, Xcel.
Apologies, Chair Sieben, just a clarification. There's in the original decision option 10A, there was some language about consulting with the city of St. Augusta, just the expanded route width. Right.
So Commissioner Tuma, your motion is just the first paragraph within, or is it all of it? Sorry, one more time.
Just the first paragraph. Just the first paragraph in the expanded. They know to consult with the landowner. They can't go beyond the route unless they consult the landowner anyway, so that's already built in.
Great.
Okay, on Commissioner Tuma's alternative 10A as amended, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Tuma, we're running out of time before I need to bathroom break too, so let's keep moving.
I think we could wrap this up pretty quickly, Madam Chair. I'll move 11, as the staff recommended, so it'll be
11 what?
11B, C, F, G, H, I, J, L, M. And that's the staff recommended. And then I also have my P. Gotta get to my decision option here.
Wait.
Madam Chair, can I have, Commissioner Tuma, will you back up? Are you moving 10?
Oh, 10, yeah.
Okay, 10, and then just,
We already dealt with the other 10s, the 10 A, B, and Cs.
oh, right, got it. And then we're moving B, C, F, G, H, I, J, L, M, correct?
And then I
Got
had,
it.
and now I'm lost, so we maybe just take a bathroom break. I lost a page.
No, I don't think we want to
You're-
give you time to
You
find
got one more
another
to go.
decision option. So, just kidding, but,
Oh, here they are. I got them. N on irrigation, O on co-location, modified with what I thought was a recommendation from the company in their response, so it's only coordinate. And then P, that's that one little route alignment change for the individual that communicated before, which I know, Mr. Langdon, you're going to do anyways, but make them happy, let's do it. So
maybe we should get your motion on the screen and then take a short break to make sure everybody understands
I was just
what
gonna
the
say,
motion
it's
is.
not yet clear to me. I'm kind of trying to catch up and catch everything, and it keeps moving forward as I'm almost there.
I'm trying to move us forward. Yeah,
I understand, and I'm
And
sorry.
I'm
hold
trying to
things up.
wear him down so that we can wrap this up, but just kidding. We'll let Commissioner Tuma state his motion one more time, and then we'll put it up on the screen. And then Commissioner Hom has a question, and then we'll take a break. Or if any other commissioner has a question, then all the parties will have time to review the motion. And then when we come back from the break, we'll let them comment on it before we vote on it.
the motion right now is staff 10, staff 11, which is 11 B with Hom's addition, okay? C, that's the way I had it written, sorry, Commissioner Hom, I forgot that. F, G, H, I, J, L, and M. And that's the staff recommendation, right, Scott? Yep. And then I also have decision option 11, N, O, and P, but let's set those aside and just do those first. I don't know if that's what you want to do first, but, so my motion would be, right now, just 10, 11, as the staff recommended.
Okay. And Mr. Eck?
Chair Stephen, did you already capture 13 before?
We can do 13 now, too, yeah.
And 13 would be in your motion, but not 11 N, O, and P at this point.
And this motion right now has Commissioner Hom's decision option in it.
Okay, any other questions for Commissioner Tuma? Then we'll take a 10-minute break. Do we need that much time? And come back and then vote on that after we hear from parties and then move on to NO and P. Okay, the commission stands in recess. Okay, we'll come back from our recess and we are going to wrap up by 3:15, Commissioner Tuma.
We are.
So first,
Let's
on
go.
the motion that's on the table before us, does any party want to raise any objections to the Commissioner Tuma motion that was before us? Ms. Waller-Pitts, and please be specific about what particular part you're opposed to.
Sure, and I know we're getting late in the day here, and we'll try to keep this brief, but it's decision option 11L, which would adopt conditions P11 through 17. We just have an objection to 3 of those conditions, and it's P11, P13, and P17. I can just describe those briefly if you'd like. Okay. P17 would require the company to develop and file a decommissioning plan prior to constructing the project. As the Commission knows, this isn't typically required for transmission lines owned by utilities. It's more often done for wind farms and solar farms owned by independent power producers that have a set life. Here we don't have a set life for this asset. Transmission lines are rarely taken out of service. We don't really know what a decommissioning plan would involve. And unlike an independent power producer, Xcel is a rate-regulated utility that is going to be subject to the Commission's continuing jurisdiction here.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Steven. But this is a radial line for the interconnection. It is not typical transmission line, right?
Chair Steven, Commissioner Hom, correct, yes.
So potentially, if you get rid of all your generation, as you said, can go within 40 years. This line can become nuisance without usage. I know we can use in different purpose. That's why I think the intent of this line is trying to address that potential in case you don't do that. So one question I was going to ask, since we are getting late, so I didn't ask, was potentially converting this radial line to transmission line after LRTP tranche 1 and 2 available, and you process queue for the generation. We maybe open more door to our generation. But being said, that's a separate issue. But this is a radial line for interconnection. So to me, it's nothing different from the generation decommissioning.
Chair Steven, Commissioner Hom, yes, that is a distinction between Minnesota Energy Connection and some of the other transmission lines the Commission has permitted recently. However, the distinctions between Xcel Energy and an independent power producer still hold, right? Xcel Energy operates a lot of other assets in the state. And even though this line will interconnect other renewable generation that will have a set life by the permit, the transmission line itself will not have a set time frame for its life.
But couldn't the plan, Madam Chair, couldn't the plan simply be just that? We're a regulated utility, here's the line we're going to put the money in, because I would assume your investor is required to set aside money for contingencies like decommissioning, so why wouldn't that just be the plan? I mean, it is a different animal.
Chair Steven, Commissioner Tuma, I can't speak to what the investors require. What I do know is that Xcel does not provide financial assurances as part of any other decommissioning plan for assets in Minnesota.
I guess my brain on this is kind of in the same spot where Xcel is. I mean, that's regulated utility. We're going to know when it decommissions, who to come after. Feels like these are assets that are going to be around forever. It feels just fundamentally different from a solar or wind or a nuclear power plant. So I don't know. I mean,
But it doesn't say it needs financial assurance. It just says permittee shall file a decommissioning plan 14 days prior to the last pre-construction meeting. Well, if the plan is, here's how we are protecting ourselves from it, as Commissioner Hom said.
I mean, I hear you, but these are resources. This is infrastructure that's going to be around 100 years from now. I can pretty much guarantee that.
Well, I agree with you.
So why do we need to waste a lot of time on it? That's my...
Thank you, Chair Steven. My concern is if you assume that we are restricting future commission to approve generation plant interconnecting to this one. That's why unless we have a plan to convert this line to transmission line from radial line, I think we may have a restriction on the generation side. That's why we may have more flexibility. We have to discuss this in the long run, whether we can convert this line to transmission line rather than radial injection line, given that we have enough backbone. So all this generation we approved can be converted to the more general interconnection rather than coming to Shoka only. So in that case, that's why I said I have no big concern, but in principle, if it's a radial line for generation, we have to assume it will be retired unless there is a assurance that there's a new generation keep coming up on this line. But I'm not big on this one, but I just want to make sure that there is a distinction between general transmission line and this radial line.
As an attempt to try to move forward, could the decision option be modified to say they shall file plan or a filing to discuss whether there is a plan, so that essentially like it gives Xcel the opportunity to say, this is why we don't think we need to file a plan at this point, and then, I don't know, whatever happens. I'm just trying to find a way to still.
I'm not going to die on the hill on this one either. I understood the radial aspect, and we're all the ones that keep wanting to shut down gas plants, and that's one of these things that's going to be at the end of this line is a gas plant. So.
I don't know if that's do you think that's helpful, Commissioner Hom?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Siva. No, I think, as I said, we need to be more progressive and proactive on this line. This is a very good asset. I agree with the Commissioner Sullivan that, yeah, potentially it'll be used for a very, very long time. But I think that's why I think we need to be careful, because every line is equal. No, because this is a radial line, we have to be careful, assuming that it'll be used for life. So that's why even we can just delete this one. I don't have much concern, but also that just simply Xcel giving us information that this reason we don't need the decommissioning. That's okay.
So amend P17 to say the permittee shall file a decommission plan or a description of why they don't need a decommissioning plan within 14 days, blah, blah, blah. That work for you guys?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, yes, that's fine.
So, any other ones that you had a problem with? Two more.
Yes, apologies. There's two more. The next one is P13, and it's the issue in staff briefing papers is titled groundwater. And as part of the recommended permit condition, it would say if shallow depths to groundwater resources are identified during geotechnical design of the project, the permittee shall employ specialty structures with wider, shallower foundations. And here the company's issue with that is that the engineers need to be able to design the foundation and the structure that's appropriate for each kind of site-specific location. And there may be issues, right, with the route permit specifying foundation type in any specific location. And the wider, shallower foundations are wider. They require a bigger excavation with a bigger impact. So that we would ask to not have that be included in the route permit.
Commissioner Tuma, it sounds reasonable. You'll get the information anyway.
From the department?
Mr. Kirsch?
Chair Sieben, I'm fine with striking it. I'm fine with also just removing the parts that Xcel disagrees with. You know, the permittee shall employ appropriate structures for these foundations.
Commissioner Tuma strikes it.
Appropriate. Oh.
What did you do?
I changed the word from to appropriate. I think you had just one word change, wasn't it? I'm looking at it.
To just change the language, Commissioner Tuma, the permittee shall employ appropriate structures instead of specialty structures with wider, shallower foundations.
Ms. Waller-Pitts, does that work or address your concern?
Chair Sieben, thank you. Yes, it does.
So Commissioner Tuma incorporates that into his motion, and then your third point?
The third one is relatively discrete. It is P11, related to the city of St. Augusta. We've talked about the city of St. Augusta a lot here. The permit condition would require further coordination with the city of St. Augusta, and it says to further understand potential mitigation required for impacts to the city's ongoing residential development. And as I think both I and Mr. Langen said earlier, certainly Xcel anticipates that it will continue to coordinate with the city of St. Augusta, just like it will with all of the other LGUs along the route as the project proceeds here. But the language about potential mitigation required for impacts, we'd prefer to have that removed so that there's not that specificity. Yes.
Right.
I'll remove number 11, yeah.
So Commissioner Tuma removes that from his decision option. Mr. Kirsch, any concerns otherwise?
I do not have any concerns.
Any other discussion on Commissioner Tuma's amended language? And Mr. Blodgett, is the motion clear now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. Now, Commissioner Tuma, 11N, O, and P.
11N, I tried to adjust it to your recommendations. You still object to 11N.
Is that with the 1,000 feet of alignment still, or is it
It's
changed?
75.
So 11N is concerning irrigation, and Mr. Roos is still in the audience, which we appreciate you staying here this whole time. Mr. Roos, thank you, from the Department of Agriculture. We might want to just confirm if you have any concerns about Commissioner Tuma's 11N, which I don't think you would. But just to be clear, Commissioner Tuma, your 11N would change it to they'll provide education materials if it's within 75 feet.
Yep, just like it's on the screen. Tuma modified alternative 11N.
If, Mr. Roos, you don't have to come up, but if you have any concerns you want to, no. Ms. Waller-Pitts?
With respect to the modified alternative 11, and we have no objection.
Of just 11N with 75 feet in there. Any other discussion? All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails.
11O, I again tried to accommodate you with the conditions and changes that you had, so this is not requiring you to do anything other than consult with, and it would give that distribution utility the right to put their facility on yours. So that's, I would hope that what we would be able to do is where you are technically feasible, able to do it, we would be co-locating as much as possible, so.
Commissioner Tuma, I appreciate the movement on this, and I think it might get there now, but I still just don't want to disrupt the normal negotiation that would take place between Xcel and a owner of a distribution line, and I don't want to necessarily, and I think this is working. It's better than, I appreciate that you took out they will underground it at the.
This is to set the I think, which I think is our desire as a commission, that they err on the side of putting the distribution line on the transmission line as much as possible, so that we don't have a transmission line on one side and a distribution line on the other. That becomes even more problematic for irrigation areas and residential areas when you have both sides of the road now engulfed. So.
And under your language, Commissioner Tuma, the permittee is not taking on there's no assumption that they're taking on the costs associated with this. It's, I don't know if,
that would be the normal course of action is what my thought was, but they're reading it intently, so I just want to make sure. I was trying to accomplish what they were asking me to do, so if I didn't.
I just didn't know, Commissioner Tuma, then I know you're trying to work with them, but a question for you is then, what is this accomplishing in your view?
Sending the signal that we want co-location as much as possible, so.
And Ms. Waller-Pitts, or I would thought you'd already know that, but don't know if you have concerns with this language. It might be fine then.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, thank you, and we appreciate the modified alternative. Certainly as a matter of course, Xcel will coordinate with the local distribution owners, and the plan, as it typically would be to underground or relocate lines that would be in conflict with Minnesota Energy Connection. The plan is not to co-locate the distribution structures on the Minnesota Energy Connection structures.
My concern is there's several spots where it gets real tight for irrigation and farm fields, and so if we can put the facilities, I mean, you drive by them all the time. They have, your 1,000-foot span, and between there's two distribution lines, and at the 1,000-foot span, they got the thing hanging off the 1,000-foot span, so you do it all the time. So maybe I'm smoking a little too much or something when I'm driving, but I see it all the time. I'm just asking you to coordinate as much as possible and let them put it on the structures if you can.
Joe Samuel from Xcel is going to come up and speak to that a little bit.
Welcome. Can you please state your name for the record?
Sorry, Chair. Joe Samuel with Xcel Energy. So with respect to the co-locating, I agree with the language. We can certainly work with those distribution companies, look at the feasibility. There are engineering and design challenges in doing that, as well as maintenance challenges, whether it's on the distribution side or the transmission side for the voltages. But we can certainly work.
I anticipated that all along. I mean, there's just a couple spots where you see it where it's running along a field there, and it's just going to be, if you put your line in there next to it, it's going to get further into the field and disrupt the farming. And so if we can avoid that, that's a good thing. That's all I'm saying. Or
You're not opposed to co-location in places where it works, I think
where it's
we don't want to
feasible.
hear that. I think Commissioner Tuma is getting at reduce, co-locate where possible, and otherwise we're not.
Yeah, and I would just clarify, where possible and supported by the distribution company.
Mm-hmm.
So in all these cases, we are not the distribution service provider.
That sounds like everyone likes it then. Any objections, Mr. Kirsch? Any other discussion on Commissioner Tuma's alternative 11-0? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails.
And 11P, I think they were okay with, so I would move 11P. That's that little change for Mr. Lieberstein, or I don't know how he said his name, but
Yeah, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, yeah, the company has no objection to 11P.
I move 11P, Madam Chair.
All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's 11P, please
Aye.
say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, I got
Opposed?
excited.
It's my fault. The motion prevails.
One last one, Madam Chair. Let's see if this one, I can land it now real fast. If you could put the language up, Mr. Blodgett. So this is again by the farm, and what I'm suggesting is only my B, 2, and 3, and that is in the filing when you send the permit to the landowners that are impacted. You give them the anticipated date or range of dates, okay? Doesn't have to be perfectly accurate, but try to give them the range of dates a landowner will receive the notice of objection of the petition, objects of the petition, so they can start planning, okay? Thinking ahead. You don't have to tell them what it's about, just tell them that's when they're getting it. And then 3 would be give them the name, give the names to them who are going to be the land agents handling relocation and the agents who handle the actual price or negotiations. I don't know if that's possible. You told me in your filing that you had 2 different folks doing this, so I'm just saying make sure when you send out the permit, you also send this information, because it seems like some landowners weren't getting this information right away. I'm trying to get them at least some information as early as possible and not waiting until we start actually doing the eminent domain proceedings but give them some forewarning so they can plan ahead a little bit, talk to their family, talk to their lawyers, to know it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's going to happen at some point. I would hope that you have general idea of when you would be doing this. So that's my suggestion. I think the record supports it because a lot of landowners seem confused, and we're asking these questions at public meetings and giving them good information at this stage, I think would be appropriate.
And so Commissioner Tuma, they're going to get the
Permit.
all the landowners on the route that we just selected would get the updated notice that we talked about earlier?
Nope, they're not going to get the notice. They're just going to get the date at which there's going to be what the notice of objection of notice objection, or notice objects.
Notice of the objects.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
That is a important legal step at a point in which they have to exercise or buy the farm within 60 days. And so we're trying to give them a kind of a forewarning. This is when it's going to be serious. We're not going to give them anything other than that.
The commission's going to give this, or the permittee?
Permittee is going to give this to them. And they're going to also give them the contact information to the folks that are the land agents, both for relocation and for just working out the price of the easement or moving things, provide assistance. So that's it.
Commissioner Sullivan?
I guess I'm curious what the company thinks, but I'm also kind of curious, Commissioner Tuma, like from your perspective, how do we make sure, again, like going back to what I said before, like this will be a blunt object, like when it goes out, how do we make sure that people don't get the wrong idea?
I don't know what wrong idea they're going to get. They're going to get a permit from us. That's going to be the first blunt thing that's going to happen. And I'm trying to provide them with information so that when they likely and hopefully will go to their local attorney or whatever to try to work this out, they have at least a time frame now of when to work it out so they can plan with family, plan with their attorneys what they need to do. And so I'm trying to give them a reasonable time frame. And then I'm also trying to give them the name of the people they need to contact, which I think is lowering the bluntness by saying, here's a person you call, you know. And so we're not asking them to do a whole rights analysis, just kind of this is when the process is going to start in eminent domain. So just be forewarned, because it's not going to happen tomorrow. I'm going to get this permit, and they're going to start panicking a little bit, because that's the blunt thing that's happening. And I'm trying to give them a little bit more information, hopefully, that they can use in their conversations with their lawyers and their family and figuring out what they're going to do.
And Commissioner Tuma, because I'm just, maybe it was in here, but I'm just seeing the new language you're proposing now. So I'm not challenging you on it, just trying to understand how it would work. We would be expecting, because we're amending our permit language regarding this, right? We would be expecting the permittee to mail the entirety of our permit?
That's what they do already.
The date range that they already do this already too?
No, they do not.
So what's the new stuff? And then the
Well, the new
contact information for the land agents, is that new?
Yes. Well,
And then-
it's not in our permit. I don't know what they do. They may tell us something different when they speak, but my intent was that the landowners would be receiving our permit, which is, that's what paragraph 5.1 says.
Okay.
They're going to be given notice now that they are in a route, okay? And then along with that, I would like them to be told about when this eminent domain process is going to begin, okay? And then it may not even begin for them. They might resolve it before it actually starts, but at least they should be given a time range of when they expect it to begin. And then I also want them to give contact information.
So is another way to think about your new decision option is it's already like a compliance filing where the permittee sends the people along the route, like a set list of items. And what you're hoping is they amend that to include the stuff about buy the farm.
not by the farm, just when they anticipate eminent domain, the proceedings would begin, which begins at the notice of object.
I'm not, okay. Why don't we let the company respond, and then commissioners might have more questions.
Chair Steven, I've asked Pat Malberg from Frederickson and Byron to come on up and address the practical impacts of this particular proposal.
Mr. Malberg, please state your name for the record.
Excuse me. Madam Chair, Pat Malberg from Frederickson and Byron. I'm the chair of the eminent domain group. I did land rights on CapEx, on Huntley-Wilmarth, on Northland Reliability Project, and I'll be doing them on BSSA and MNAC too. I want to relate just the practical things that happen in a condemnation action. One of the main issues that comes up when we get to commissioners' hearings is the sentiment from landowners that this was that the threat of eminent domain was so heavy from the outset, or that threat was out there, and the idea of these blunt instruments going out and in a permit distribution saying, we're going to condemn you in this range, seems like it will only inspire that problem or that perception of landowners to be increased. And so
But you are going to be condemning them.
I understand that, Chair Steven, Commissioner Tuma, there is a natural evolution of the discussions and the negotiations that takes place, and the land agents have been out there already on MNEC, individual land agents. They're working with landowners. They worked with them on the rights of entry. And so those relationships have been forming. They're not always perfectly smooth, but the company and its agents do work awfully hard on those relationships, and they're, frankly, quite successful. Most people don't have to go into the condemnation actions. It's not something that the company wants. It's not something that most landowners want, and so
we don't want either.
I would agree with that, and my practical concern, though, is that this feels like a heavy hand from the outset. If it is in one of those communications that people are picking up in the mail and saying, look, they've already told me when they're going to do this. They're not coming out here to have good faith negotiations, and so I have concern that it would poison that well.
But you have a problem. Let's go backwards. Okay, I think there might be a path forward here real quick so we can be done. I assume you have no problem with 3.
With 3A, absolutely not, because the landowners already have agents that they are working with. On 3B, there might be some semantics about a land agent versus a relocation consultant.
3A. So I'm comfortable with 3A. You give them a contact information. I want contact numbers because I was seeing things, and maybe these landowners were confused, but at least it calms my spirit, okay, to know that you're going to give them a contact information. And then if you get that contact call, just confirm to me, because I read that discussion in Kimball, okay, and I was not satisfied with the last conversation you had with Mr. Piscala, okay, who was specifically asking you good questions. How soon will I know that I need to do by the farm? And he was clearly going to do by the farm. I mean, you're putting the dang thing in his backyard. We avoided it, thankfully, okay, by doing 237, okay? But he was just asking good questions. So will your land agents, if they're asked by another Mr. Piscala, okay, to say, how soon do I have to start thinking about by the farm, will they be willing to actually say, yes, notice objects will probably be going out to you by X, or let me tell you, it's probably going to be 5 or 6 months that we're going to, and be honest information. Okay, that's what I want. I don't want another Herman Luis, okay? I want the landowners now to be able to call that agent and say, yeah, okay, yeah, I know you're probably one of those pinch point properties. We got to treat you with care. we're going to help you out, okay? And here's the dates you need to go talk to your family. Give me a call back when you're ready to talk more about it. Will you be willing to do that? Because I didn't like what I saw at Kimball, okay?
Yeah, Chair Steven and Commissioner Tuma, the company would certainly commit to open communication throughout. I think I would relate the experience from high voltage transmission line projects is that, we're talking about it at the front end of the project here. The experience on the back end of the project, CapEx, Huntley, Wilmarth, has been oftentimes, you know what, we didn't like that this project came through here. We didn't want it. We were upset about it, but at the end, we felt like we were treated fairly.
I get that. I know all of that. I'm trying to get to us a landing point, okay? I know all that. I don't know how many times I'm going to compliment you today, Mr. Langdon. He was like my best buddy, okay? I like the work that they do, okay? I've seen a deficit that really bugs me with these pinch point properties where you hide the ball from them and push them into kind of a feeling like they're in a litigation. That's how they feel right now, and there's no reason for that. You can be just honest with them and say, yeah, we get it. We're not kicking the tires, okay? Herb and Louise, we're not kicking the tires. This is big. You need to be talking to your kids. And oh, by the way, we'll help you out. We're going to move you. That's what I don't see happening. That's the part that just makes us look bad, okay, because it's our process, okay, and you're not being upfront with them. So just tell me, if they call and they want to know about Buy the Farm, you're going to give them good information. I know you got to be careful about the legal. We're not your attorney. Get an attorney. But just be honest with them, please.
Yeah, and Chair Steven, Commissioner Tuma, I will relate to you the typical process. Buy the Farm is an extremely important thing. Our statute is very unique. It has its requirements. And so when land agents out in the field have the discussion about Buy the Farm, the typical protocol is to take that to the senior company land rights agent so that there is consistent messaging and discussion around Buy the Farm. And it's not hiding the ball at all. There is encouragement to go engage with council because there are requirements. There are timelines that you will need to meet when you make your election. Those conversations will happen on MNEC. They happened on the prior projects, and they will absolutely happen at the right time. I was
just bothered by your response, okay? We don't start doing this until we get the Buy the Farm notice on talking about relocation. And I think your agents are so fearful, okay, of uttering the word Buy the Farm and losing their job. That's what I'm afraid of. That's what I'm seeing. And I don't want to be seeing because it's our process, okay, that we're going through. And they're angry. They're frustrated. I get that. But we could just be a little bit more upfront with them. Please don't wait till the last minute. Don't say this is litigation. Here's some good information. We'll help you be relocated.
Chair Steven, Commissioner Tuma, it has not been my experience that there is any hiding of the ball that takes place with Buy the Farm discussions within the easement acquisition phase.
Apparently you didn't read the end of the Kimball transcript.
Well, I'm also making a distinction a bit between when easement acquisitioning is happening, which is oftentimes or typically after the route permit is issued, which is a different state of a project's life than when it is in the permitting phase. I will also just, maybe a distinction that matters, maybe it doesn't. When you relate the experience of MnDOT and its projects and the timing of when it is telling people, we're going to relocate you. That is a fundamentally different project scope than what a high voltage transmission line is. The way that relocation is triggered in a Buy the Farm case is fundamentally different. I have not seen a scenario where any high voltage transmission line project forced a relocation on someone. And so from the company's perspective,
but it's going to happen more and more. We saw it in Northern Reliability. If you were there and you're representing the Sawati folks, okay, the SWATA folks, or however you say that.
Swatara.
Swatara, they should have been talked to. Okay, we shouldn't have been spending $5 million to move 2 lines, and that's going to happen more and more. Okay, so what I'm telling you is that maybe with just a handful of folks, we need to have those conversations earlier, honestly. Okay, you're giving me too much legalese. I'm ready to land the plane, Madam Chair. I move decision option B 3A. And that's all I have for today. And I think I got my message across. Start working with the pinch point property owners earlier, okay? And let them know all of their rights, okay? Because sometimes it is in their best interest to move. I'm not saying we must move them, but they don't know that. Lois and Herb should have been told, and they should have been relieved to realize they're going to be treated better by this process, and they weren't. And I'm talking like 5 landowners on these long projects. That's not too much to ask. Okay, my bloviation done. I made my motion, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Partridge.
I just have one question, and I hope you can. Please. Did someone reach out to Herb and Louise to help clarify their rights and the process?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge, sorry for the more than one word answer, but
Okay.
it'll be very brief. If someone has not, maybe yet this afternoon someone will.
Okay.
But very soon we will be in touch, yes.
Great. We don't need an order, but please have someone reach out to Herb and Louise within the next 24 hours. Thanks.
Thank you.
And so, Commissioner Tuma, your new motion is just that in the permit that I'm not trying to slow your roll here, just make sure we understand what your motion is. When they send out the permit to affected landowners, they're also going to include the land agents who are working with them as described in 3A.
Probably just reminding them, but I think it's good for us to have that in there. Makes me feel better.
Do we need you don't need the executive secretary to review their filing or anything? Commissioner Sullivan?
I wanted to address something that you said, Commissioner Tuma, and I know where you're at now, and I recognize, it's kind of like we can move forward. We don't need to, we're not going to have a fight on this. But I did want to say something that I think I've heard from the utilities, and I appreciate that the utilities, the project proponents are the ones who are on the ground, and they're the ones who are negotiating and having the conversations. And I do think that it's important to recognize that, these are very sensitive, and I'm not saying you don't, but these are very sensitive conversations. And sometimes, like the point that I was making there before about like this is a blunt object, like I think you can, even by being transparent, and I am completely 100% in favor of transparency and getting people the information that they need, 100%. But the way you package information can have a counterproductive effect. And I just want to appreciate that nuance that they live with every day. I'm not trying to, if they're not being responsive, and the case that you brought up is, I think it's illustrative of the concern you raise. But I do think it's also important to recognize that, these are, they're difficult, and if you come out of the chute, with like the language that we have here, where notice of the objects of the petition, eminent domain. I'm an attorney, and I look at eminent domain, and I just say, that scares me. Yeah, so like that, if you're not an attorney, that could be very scary. And I think that it's important just to recognize that there's got to be sometimes a little bit softer touch, even when you're delivering a hard message.
I hear you, Commissioner, and I want to make it very clear. I think they're doing a job. When I say 5 landowners, I'm talking, I do mean there are literally 5 landowners that I saw in St. Augusta that I could identify that should have been the softer touch and earlier touch. That's my problem, is there's not that earlier touch around by the farm. And that's all I'm trying to get a change. I think they're doing a wonderful job 90% of the time, and so I wanted to be careful. That's why I'm trying to take baby steps. Sometimes I do throw out decision options to scare the jubies out of the attorneys to keep them working. I want to make sure that Mr. Dobson had a right memo for 7 pages to try to respond to me, and so I can give them a hard time. But I do get that they're usually doing a very good job in a very, very difficult situation. I get it. I've been on the other side representing people in eminent domain proceedings with the Department of Transportation, so I understand how difficult it is, and I understand that. But when I saw that on Urban Louise, and it goes back to the folks up there that had the dog sled businesses, those conversations, their lives could have been a lot better had they known about those things, and that those are upfront conversations the utilities were having with them. And so I am trying to change the culture, and I'll keep working at it. And again, I don't think it's overarching 100% of the problem. I think that's about 2% of the landowners probably. So
Before we vote on this, Mr. Kirsch, do you have any concerns with the amended language?
Chair Sieben, I have no concerns.
And for the utility, or Mr. Malberg?
Chair Sieben and Commissioners, I think 3A should end after landowners. I think if I understood the intent, it is every landowner should get their specific land agent information, not just those where a right has not been exercised.
You're right. That's correct. You got that, Blodgett?
Mr. Blodgett's Xing that off. So they're getting notice with the specific land agent. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. You mentioned that the regular land agent is not going to discuss about this eminent domain and by the farm provision. So the land agent name you need to provide in this is that senior land agent who can discuss this issue. So it'll be different land agent that they used to meet with. So how can you handle that issue? Because that is the intent of the Commissioner Tuma, right?
Or could it say like the specific representative of the permittee or something, so that there might be a specific one and then a higher up one?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, the agents will absolutely have conversations about the easements that they are out there attempting to acquire. It is when the discussion turns to by the farm where that will be sent to the central senior land agent. And so I also would not think it would be a helpful idea in that first conversation to give that second person that they should call. Not everybody's going to elect by the farm. Not everybody's going to want to talk about by the farm. I would have them working with their land agents rather than looking at two numbers and trying to figure out who to call. That would get us away from the idea of consistent, uniform discussions about important by the farm rights.
Okay, so this is my typical experience. When I call the customer service, those customer service agents refuse to give me the number or the connect to their supervisor if they think they'll get some negative impact from that call. So that's why that was a concern with the Commissioner Tuma, that we need to have a clear path to the landowner, understand their rights, and they have a right person to talk with.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, we have already undergone agent trainings. The landowners have already received communications where the company senior representative's name and number is on these things. There will be plenty of information and opportunity to make sure that people who want to talk about by the farm are getting to the right spot so that they can have the right conversation with the right person. That will happen under the current protocol.
Well, in that case, why can't you just include the second person as a senior land agent and then tell them, contact your land agent first, but if you don't resolve any issue, contact this senior agent.
Sounds like we should have done a compliance filing as I suggested 20 minutes ago.
I was trying to land the plane
Commissioner
quick,
Hom.
Madam Chair. Every time I try to keep going quick, I go backwards.
Is this something where we should add like contact information for the specific land agent of the permittee and the person to contact and like to escalate it?
Yeah, I think at the minimum, landowner has to have a choice They shouldn't be forced. That's what Commissioner Tuma is conveying to you. Because your local land agent is doing great job, sometimes landowner can feel that they are forced to do things. So that's why when they felt that, and then when they don't have a number to call to, I think that their anxiety and concern goes up without any merit.
Mr. Malberg, your phone number is going to end up in our decision option if you don't help us out of this box pretty soon.
Chair Sieben and Commissioner Hom and all the commissioners, I end up having lots of conversations with landowners. In my experience, the best way to go about doing this and the way that it has been successful is to have that land agent be the person who has those discussions at the dining room table, and when they need to escalate it, it gets escalated and it gets dealt with appropriately. I think that adding additional contact information is not going to achieve the aim that you're talking about, and I think the current process and approach across the utilities that are building these large-scale projects works.
Commissioner Hom, do you think we could add something that is like a new sentence that says additionally contact information or the process by which concerns can be escalated or something? I don't know.
No. I mean, I also agree with the Commissioner Sullivan's concern that sometimes over information can harm and hurt, but providing second agent who can be more responsible to discuss that issue freely, I think that'll help. But I don't want to ask your short-term incentive paper for those land agents, because if something in that short-term incentive or long-term incentive for the land agent in a different way, that can really hurt the process.
Do you want to list the senior land agent?
Yeah.
Or that designation, the specific land agent of the permittee and the senior land agent?
Chair Sieben, if that's what the commission wants to do, that's fine. What my position is and what I'm trying to relate is that I do not think that will be beneficial to the process. But if that satisfies it, that we can provide that person's name and contact information, the landowners already have that information.
Commissioner Hom, do you think that addresses it?
Yeah, I mean, I think having second information with a more senior level and who has a ability to freely discuss that issue will help.
So the specific land agent and the senior land agent of the permittee.
Yep.
I kind of meant it. Well, whatever. You can fix it in the wording, in the order. We've got the idea. Any other concerns here about this language? All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion prevails. Any other things? Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Yeah, I know we are late, but I think I want to say one thing. I think that we had this similar discussion during the MISO quarterly update meeting, even though we didn't have a lot of time to discuss. We are going to have a very serious size of the transmission line coming to Minnesota. That's why Commissioner Tuma is trying to help you guys. It is not an easy job. I know our utilities are doing really good job comparing other states. Given what I saw in the MVP 2011, all other states are having trouble, and then LRTP Tranche 1, we are well ahead of any regulatory process. However, one misstep in this incoming Tranche 2.1, we can have a serious problem. That's why Commissioner Tuma is really emphasizing on this transparency, educating. You're already doing a great job, but you may have to think outside your box, because we are talking about 765 kV line, which will be very different animal. So that's why we went through a lot of discussion today. I know, I mean, You felt like you got scolded even though you are doing a good job. Yes. That's why Commissioner Tuma keep saying that you are doing a good job. Yes, I agree. And I saw a lot of action in different states due to my job, prior job. Our utilities are one of the top in the nation. However, we have to do a little better than that for the future. Thank you.
Other comments from commissioners on the overall project? Commissioner Sullivan?
I really agree with what Commissioner Hom just said. And I appreciate the work that the utilities do. And I think this is a really, really important project. I'm excited that it has made its way through our process. And I think that it's an important project, not just for Minnesota, but it's important for other states to see how you can reuse interconnections and how you can, really optimize the system that you have. So I appreciate the company for bringing forward the project and probably the work that you're all doing. So thanks.
I also would just like to add that I think that although it feels like a meat grinder to go through this process a little bit like at the time of, I'm incredibly proud of the work of our staff, the department, all the utility and all of the stakeholders that engaged in this process. And as other commissioners have noted, it started long before today. And overall, like the importance of getting this permit constructed and done in a way that fits the Minnesota landscape and helps serve the reliability needs of the state is really paramount. So thank you to everyone for your extensive work. I know it's going to be, there's a lot of continued work and certainly the construction that will take place. We all appreciate the tradespeople that are going to construct it and work with folks on the ground as well. So thank you to everyone for your work on this project today. And with that, we'll adjourn.
Thank you.